Well, welcome again to this FOREXT annual conference thematic workshop that is organized together as with the SOILL-Startup project as one of SOILL-Startup engagement events. So welcome very much to our FOREXT meeting, and welcome to our SOILL-Startup colleagues that we have online. So in this we also want to review and to discuss two main topics. So the main topic is forest resilience, and we want to tackle it from two perspectives or two elements. One is about soil resilience and how to preserve and enhance soil health in relation to forest activities. And also we'll tackle other aspects of resilience related to silviculture, say above ground management. But we also want to review and to introduce ourselves and review the potential of the living labs as tools for to co-innovate, co-create with stakeholders, and also to introduce and create science practice interfaces, so as a place also to capture knowledge and also to convey knowledge to stakeholders. So, which is a main tool of what will bring us here together, which is the European Soil Missions. So the meeting will be recorded for communication and reporting purposes. If anybody is against recording the meeting, you can say it now. It's okay? We continue. So what we have in the agenda for today? You have some welcoming words from my side. Then I will introduce you to the SOILL-Startup project, the European Soil Mission, our SOILL-Startup colleagues. SOILL-Startup is a project coordinated by ENOL, European Network of Living Labs. But most of our project work package leaders and key partners are busy in a different SOILL-Startup event, so they could not be here today. I will do the presentation on the project. Then we will have, we are bringing also another relevant European project called Holy Soils that is wrapping up now, ending, and it will present to us lessons learned in terms of increasing soil quality with a strong emphasis on carbon balances in soils. And then we have a presentation from research here from Lithuania, because soils are not only carbon sinks, sometimes they can be carbon sources. So we'll analyze a very concrete problem is what happens with peatlands when you manage them and you dry them. And then after the coffee break, we'll have a small short presentations on advisory tools. So we have again the tools developed in the Holy Soils project. We have the living and two living lab experiences related to soils. One is Go for All and Even Soil project, which I will explain you where they come from. They have generated and created soil living labs, and they will let us know on their experience. Then we can have we will have some discussion and continue with two other project developed tools for advisors from NB Soil. After the lunch, we will change topics and we'll go more into silviculture as a driver for forest resilience, and we'll bring a different project, transforming project, to discuss integrated forest management in living labs again. We will discuss guidelines for more adaptive climate change smart, let's say, forest management in Mediterranean context from Catalonia, and we will have also forest restoration projects here in Lithuania from the Eco2Adapt project. We discussed a little bit yesterday. Eco2Adapt project is looking for climate change adaptation in forest in an EU-China cooperation. And they have a living lab here in Lithuania. And after this, we'll have some other small presentations on the phytosanitary status of Lithuanian forest, also. And we'll have also apps and support of forest management. So we have one startup with us, I think it's Vilova, that is coming in person. We have other startups, innovations related to forest management, supporting forest owners to take better decisions. So we have a packed day. We have tried to bring concrete tools from projects that are dealing with resilience in soils or resilience in silviculture, living lab experiences, but also other apps that can help, applications that can help manage forest owners and managers take the right decisions. Any question on the agenda? Is the sound okay? Maybe I'm too close to the camera. Is the sound okay?
Yes, it's fine.
Okay. Mina is managing the chat, so if we have some questions from the audience, we'll do our best to make this feasible. You can signal in the chat and we can open the floor for you in due time. Okay, so I will ask everybody a bit of an effort. It's been difficult. Many speakers were not available to come here, so we have several presentations online. We request all the speakers to be tight in time, so we can also have time to discuss in the room and with our online colleagues. Okay, with no other introduction, let's go to the first presentation, which is myself. I'm Ignacio Martínez. I am team leader for innovation at the European Forest Institute, coordinator of a FOREXT network, among other things. Brief talk on the FOREXT network for our online colleagues and SOILL-Startup colleagues. FOREXT network is, as the name says, the network of forest extension services in Europe. So we gather some 20 organizations that are conveying knowledge into practice, but are also capturing practical knowledge in open dialogue with the research community. So it's de facto a high potential, let's say, science practice interface that can it runs to hundreds of thousands of forest owners and managers in Europe. Most of the organizations in forest are public organizations that have a public mandate to contribute to more sustainable forest management, more multifunctional and climate proof. And for you, FOREXT colleagues, I will present the FOREXT startup in a minute. So let's go. SOILL-Startup starts from the SOIL mission. We all know what, are you familiar with the SOIL mission? Commission? As you know, Commission is very good at every framework program to analyze what happened and to imagine new tools to really increase the impact. So through the years, we have seen different instruments popping up, large projects, coordinated projects, integrated projects, smaller, larger, CSAs, RIAs, EAs. And in this last period, it came with the missions, with the idea that there are some complex problems that you need to address them through multiple areas and not just in a disciplinary approach. So if you look at when Soviet Union put the first man in orbit, they need to develop rockets, materials, clothes, breathing, communications, telemetrics. So the mission to put someone in space requires multiple domains to collaborate. And this is the idea of the EU SOIL mission, that you need to call attention for many topics and coordinate research and do multiple efforts that convey in a common mission. So in this case, the SOIL mission, as you can move, the rationale for the SOIL missions is that soils can be more healthier. In Europe, this refers in many cases to agricultural soils, but also to forest soils. We will see the example of the peatlands when you plant them, but we have also erosion processes, compactation processes, etc. So Commission makes the diagnosis that European soils could be better managed, could be restored, and could fulfill better their role to provide food, feed, carbon sequestration, and other ecosystem services. So if we go. So with this in mind, these are the objectives of the SOIL mission. Introduce the certification, which is many times linked to soil management, conserve organic stocks, stop soil sealings and in urban cities and the loss of agricultural soils, reduce soils contamination, prevent erosions, enhance structure for diversity, reduce impacts outside Europe of our imports of commodities, and increase soil literacy. This is the SOIL mission objectives. And a main goal of the SOIL mission, or a main tool of the SOIL mission, is to create living labs and lighthouses around this. So living labs and lighthouses to tackle these topics. Personally, I find something missing here. I don't know if you find something missing or not evident, not explicit, which is soil fertility, capacity to produce vegetation, natural or non-natural. So we imagine that it's implicit in the carbon, in no erosion, in better structure, but per se is not there. Maybe this is.
I have one application. Soil sustainability also is easy.
Yeah, social sustainability. Yeah, the core of it is soil health. There behind is not explicit in this objective, but it's behind everything, soil health. Are we familiar with why soil health it could be different from soil quality and from fertility. Let's say that fertility is capacity to sustain growth. Soil quality is linked to human needs and can be a bit broader than producing vegetation. The vegetation can be erosion related or can be related to human activities, contamination. So a soil that can sustain the services activities that you want, ecosystem service in general, that would be soil quality. And soil health will be more the intrinsic soil as an ecosystem. So puts additional emphasis on soil biodiversity and the natural status of soils, not necessarily connected to the functions. We can have artificial soils very productive. We can do hydroponics. We can do, but so this is a bit the difference. And the soil mission goes more in the soil health side. So it's more holistic approach where functions are the result of close to nature status or to high conservation status. This is why they put this emphasis in biodiversity. But anyway, for us, in many cases, we can use soil health and quality as synonyms, but it's not exactly the same. Okay. I will speed up. So this soil mission, this idea of living labs, which are 100 living labs and labs to be created in the project. We'll come back to this. It's part of the tools of the soil mission. So you have a research program, research topics. You have these living labs as multi-stakeholder co-creation areas to tackle soil. Then, of course, is the soil strategy with the soil monitoring as the key tool, but other aspects related to soil, physical monitoring, and then you have literacy, citizen engagement. And it's easy to see why living labs are deemed to be a key tool, because, of course, soils conservation is about management, it's about multiple interests converging, so you need societal engagement to identify solutions that work, to put science in context, to get the right research question, but also to increase literacy, engagement, knowledge on soils. So, and the study tackles any type of soils, industrial soils, urban soils, agriculture, forestry, natural soils. Okay, so living labs and lighthouses, a core element of the strategy. The living labs, as we say, is real life co-creation places to develop science in a science-practice interface and to test solutions about soil-related issues. Could be erosion-related, could be productivity-related, could be carbon emissions-related, as in the peatlands. And lighthouses are more individual sites that showcase a fantastic or a solution that works, let's say. So are more referent places. And then in addition, you can have, of course, research sites. But anyway, so these are the living labs, and the soil mission wants to create 100 of these. Next. So there have been several calls for projects in the soil mission with these living labs for this, living labs for that, soil living labs to tackle, focus in a region, focus in a topic, focusing in different aspects. And there have been two rounds of projects, and there are 2 more to go. So when this project finishes, there will be 100 living labs created through proposals. Some of them will come from previous experiences. Some of them are created during the project. Some of them will die. Some of them, hopefully, many of them will continue working beyond the projects. So it will go more. For reference, I put you the calls on the projects. So you have this, and you can Google. So these are all the different projects that are having approved already. As you see, on carbon farming, on restoration, biodiversity, business models, soil monitoring, soil literacy, roadmap, etc. You will have access to this. Next. 2 of them will be with us today. And this is the second call. Government for all, or Gov for all will be with us today. Okay. So if we continue, in this context, what is the soil startup project? Next. These are the living labs. So you have projects and you have multiple, each project creates different living labs. So this is the current network of living labs that is coming from the calls. You can access them through the QR code. If we go to the next one, so you see that most of them are agri. I have a few nature, a few forests, not many. And then you see in what countries they are active. Next one. Yes. Okay, so SOILL-Startup is a coordination action funded by Commission, led by European Network of Living Labs, to support this growing network of soil living labs. So on the one hand is to animate future applicants and solve their questions and facilitate matchmaking and the creation of new living labs. It's also to empower existing living labs and to give them a framework for the governance of a living lab, for the monitoring, for assessing the impact of a living lab, how it's working, develop a journal. Then, of course, you try to connect living labs to a wider soil community and create this collaboration ecosystem. So it's a project designed to support this living lab process. And of course, it has tracks on the living lab concept and methods. And it's a very, let's say, it's a very highly developed understanding on what is a living lab, how to view, how to monitor, etc. And then, of course, it tackles soil technical themes very much linked to the EU soil mission and the soil strategy. And then, of course, you have cross-cutting elements in engagement tools, etc. And this is the elements that this project wants to mobilize and empower the living labs, the incoming ones and the existing ones. One more. Okay. In a summary, one of the key elements of the project, I told you this monitoring and evaluation for the living labs, this coordination, some capacity building, promotion as well, we're also doing here today, and the Soil Hub. And later I have a short presentation to introduce you to the Soil Hub as a platform for collaboration in soil-related issues that could be useful also for advice and for FOREXT members. But it's, okay. But it's also, SOILL-Startup also has let's say, the ambition to work with a wider soil community, not only with the soil living labs, so to the wider network of researchers and other soil stakeholders. So they connect anybody that is interested with the living lab community. You can have, they try to produce news and updates, call opportunities, etc. And they try to extract from the living lab work methods and tools that work and make them further available. And identify sense opportunities to animate, let's say, the research community and the wider stakeholder community around soils, having the living labs as communities as a central point. Yeah, so that's a bit of a repetition. So, before we wrap up, some additional opportunities. Very soon you have the Soil Week, the Mission Soil Week in Denmark. So I leave it to you. There is coming very soon in November. So it's more opportunities to connect with the soil living labs and the soil mission community. Go next. And there are 2 calls coming now next year on the soil mission. So one was already presented yesterday by Radek. So we have this one, soil mission, living labs to enhance soil health in managed forest and natural, semi-natural lands. So it's a RIA with significant budget. Many of these soil calls, or more, I think all of them, allow for cascade funding that we're discussing. So the proposal can engage stakeholders, another through a small mini project, let's say, small calls developed by the project. So it's a way to animate a broader community. And then there is another one that we didn't talk yesterday about living labs to enhance soil health in alpine and Atlantic biogeographical regions. So this is geographically bonded. There have been other calls on Mediterranean, understand, but it's also interesting because the Alpine and the Atlantic, we have quite a lot of forests, we have quite a lot of mountains, and that it means quite a lot of forest land also. So these are 2 opportunities to engage in soil startup mission projects. As we will see, soil startup, let's go for the next one. So you can register for Soil Startup project and receive updates. We will see later how you can join the Soil Hub and also use the matchmaking tool to identify consortiums, possible partners. This is important because it's not, soils is not the most developed research community, and forest soils is a very thin community. And creating multi-actor living labs in different countries is not easy to read well. So this is why SOILL-Startup is doing this effort to facilitate the creation of consortium. So no need to be on top of the community across Europe on soil research to be able to probably engage. So I think the most important thing is to have a real problem to tackle and then to develop a living lab around it. So if you go next one, okay. I tell you this, SOILL-Startup is finishing this year, but the idea is that it will be followed next year by SOILL-Step-Up and later by SOILL-Scale-Up. So the SOILL mission through this, this small coordination and support actions has the ambition to continuously support the creation. So emphasis in the creation at the beginning, emphasis in consolidating the network then, and finally emphasis in multiplying and scaling up the creation of living labs for soil. So that I leave you some contents. The soil community around the living labs is always looking for experts and mentors to be able to support with soil-related knowledge. So your colleagues are also invited to participate in this community and provide knowledge, skills, and engage. And this is a little bit what I wanted to tell you on soil, a brief introduction, what is the project, but more importantly, what opportunities it offers to participate and how this network of living labs is developed.
So it covers all types of soils in Europe, just
all types of soils. Yeah, some regions, in many countries or in some countries, some regions, traditionally has been a lot of emphasis in contaminated soils in former industrial sites, and a lot of soil strategies have been focusing on this. And maybe the European strategy is more holistic in this respect and is trying to, from those topics, expand to others are very much agri soils. Agriculture and forest soils, as we all know, they have some quite relevant differences. And just maybe I close with this. A lot of the soil research in Europe is soil chemistry, and a lot of the discussion on soil quality, health, quality, fertility is on the chemistry of soils. And this is because in agriculture you can manage the topsoil with your tractors, so you can really manage the structure of the soil. So normally you give it aeration and rooting capacity, 30 centimeters. You can irrigate in many places, so holding water is not the key thing there. So the real problem of what you can really manage is fertility. So a lot of soil and agriculture vision is about fertility, but in forest soils, first you have this little layer, and that is getting soil, which is absent. Is in agri soils. You have limited capacity to improve the physical soils. You can do some ripping, limited. You don't irrigate. So keeping soil water, aeration, compactation free is critical. It happens in the slopes, so you have different erosion processes in the slopes. So this creates, it indicates that the fertility of the soils is much more linked to the rooting depth, to the compactation, the porosity, the holding water capacity, things that are very difficult to manage. Of course, the texture. So that is they are very easy to spoil and very difficult to improve, and it's not enough. Chemical issues in forestry are very easy to fix with a bit of fertilizer. When you have them, the critical thing is the fertility of the soil. And this is relatively missing from the mainstream soil concepts that are around there and the research community, because it's focusing on different types of soil. So it's important to have this forest view on soil health and forest view on what is needed.
David, there is a long time when you were working on soil strategy. Is it a long time that you were working on your soil strategy?
Yes.
Is that published? Is it?
Yeah, I think it's published and it can be consulted. The strategy has big emphasis in monitoring, social engagement, creates the soil monitoring tool, soil repository, or I don't know if it's close to being approved now, but all the drafts are there. Probably you capture me a bit lost in the process because it's finishing now and the monitoring tools are being developed and it's big discussions. And there are a lot of monitoring protocols being thrown into place. Soils, many projects have been working on these monitoring protocols that are coming. Mandatory, a common set of indicators, parameters. And I think the forest research community is a bit thin, and the research community in forest soils is very thin. And so many of the key elements for soil monitoring in forest may be less present. But I will send you an update on the strategy because I also have not following the last months what is the status of the monitoring population and the implementation of the strategy. Maybe some colleague online can give us more light on this. Okay, so there was another comment, question, consideration. So you are there, you know about SOILL-Startup. Later I will introduce you the Soil Hub, which is maybe the easiest way, beyond the newsletter, to enter and explore what is there. And you have 2 calls to think about. Good. Okay, so
Ignacio, hello, could I ask a question?
yes, of course.
You mentioned about forest soils there. Is there ambition in the project to have a balanced mix of different ecosystem representations, so as well as agricultural soils, to have a reasonable proportion of forest soils, of soils with forest cover on them, and monitoring those? And is the monitoring done by local scientists in the local areas and collaborating their results afterwards? Is that the way?
Okay, that's a good question. I think, of course, the living labs are created in calls launched by Commission and the soil mission team, let's say. So what they read in the calls is what will come from the living labs, and it's on the evaluation process that the best proposal will be picked. So sometimes you have calls for forest, as we have here. Sometimes you have calls for mountain areas in different places. Sometimes you have calls for different topics. So definitely there is an emphasis in tackling the different type of soils. But I'm not aware of a more concrete search for a numerical balance between forest and agriculture. They want to tackle everything, but it will also depend. But it's not on the SOILL-Startup project, it's on Commission soil team project. Of course, there is a permanent dialogue and it's a possibility to highlight gaps, make suggestions or propose topics to be addressed as normal in European Framework Program, but definitely the living labs come from European calls and not from SOILL-Startup. SOILL-Startup cannot determine the themes, the balance across soil types or topics. And then, of course, the intention is to keep this. We use the Soil Hub and the continuation of this other soil setup and scale-up projects to continue animating this community of research and practice around the living labs, highlighting best cases, and making, let's say, a more integrated soil community in Europe. Okay, thank you, Tom. Let's move. So now I'm always going to just so now I invite, we have online already, Dr. Anne Ackerman. Are you there?
I am there indeed. Hello,
Okay.
everyone.
Hello. Anne is researcher at the European Forest Institute in our innovation team, and she's been working with the Whole Soil project, actually doing an interesting task of compiling the essence of the project, the main outputs, the synthesis, and compiling key messages for different stakeholder groups. So this has been a work of interview, not only reading whole documents, but interviewing researchers, the different teams, to understand what has been really created and what proposed. And she's here to give us an overview on when it comes to forest soil health, conservation and improvement, no? What the science of holy soils can tell us. So Anne, please.
Thank you, Ignacio. Thank you, Andrea and Minna and all the organizing team. The Holy Souls project indeed is a very exciting project, as Ignacio said just now, focusing on forest soils. So that's the first thing for everyone to keep in mind. And also you will find that it's about not improving only with fertilizers and approaches like that, but very much through forest management practices more generally, but always with a focus on soil impacts. And sometimes we see messages that we feel might sound similar to the ones that we know about the impacts of management on vegetation, but here the focus is on soil. So I will share my screen and start my presentation. And please note that once I have done that, I will not be able to see raised hands or comments in the chat. So if there's anything coming up, then please shout and interrupt me or save it until I have finished this presentation.
We will shout.
Yes, that's fine. So I am assuming that you can see my screen.
Perfectly.
Okay, and I will start. So as Ignacio said, I'm a researcher at the European Forest Institute, and I was recently lucky enough to take care of the task of synthesizing the Holy Soils project. And what I'm presenting here today is a summary of some of these findings that I synthesized with a specific audience group of practitioners and forest extension services in mind. Similar information is also available for other audience groups, and we can talk about this if this is of interest. Before I start, I have to mention that the project is not fully concluded yet. It actually ends at the end of this month. So that means that while I can already share results and indicate that some materials will be available very shortly, a lot of this material, especially the applied tools and public-facing materials, are not fully finalized. So I cannot give you a complete run-through of what the final products will look like. This means that I unfortunately, all I can present right now is a bit of a sneak preview, and then you will have to, if you're interested, go and find some of these materials once they're finalized yourselves. But I have already included a lot of links where you will be able to find the information that I am presenting, and later on further tools and information going forward. So to start with, I will take a sip of tea, but I will be right back. I will provide a little bit of background on the project and start on a very simple premise. So around the tension that surrounds forest soils. On the one hand, we are aware that soils are complex systems and that they are essential for different benefits to us humans. You can see a very quick summary here, but what I want to draw attention to are the ecosystem services. I think we are all very much aware that soils are the basis of all of these elements. Yet, as Ignacio already mentioned, a large proportion of soils worldwide, up to a third, and in the EU, 60 to 70% are considered degraded or unhealthy. In the EU, that refers mainly to erosion and biodiversity decline, but also very much to the loss of stored organic carbon. And this is the background for the ambition that we should place importance on the improvement and maintaining of soil health across the EU, which underlies this project. And specifically, this project rationale is based on the objectives of maintaining ecosystem services and the reaching of environmental policy targets. So the Holy Soils project sets out to address these two main objectives by providing improved understanding of soil components and processes and functioning. Again, as I said earlier, focus is on forest soils. Improved understanding of regional specificities and vulnerability, because not all soils are the same, or indeed no soils are the same. Improved understanding of the impact of forest management practices. So that's what I mentioned earlier, that we are not only talking about fertilization and synthetic approaches, we are talking about conventional versus more advanced forestry practices and what impacts they have not only on vegetation but on soils. Then, of course, the project aims to integrate data that is already there, but also gather new data and use it in computational models for simulation and decision making, both by practitioners and policymakers. So this is a key element of the project. The more technology-oriented element is very well represented. And then again, as Ignacio also mentioned, there is some focus on methodology for, in this case, assessing and monitoring soil parameters and health as well. I will focus on those a little less because they are a little bit further removed than other elements from the project, from the practitioner experience. Very quick cornerstones of the project. So this is a Horizon 2020 project that started in May 2021, and as I already mentioned, finishes this month. It's a research action, so it is very much focused on research activities. I already mentioned especially the testing of soil management practices that aim to mitigate climate change and oops, I'm sorry, this was not what I intended to do. There we are. To mitigate climate change and sustain provision of ecosystem services. Then another objective is the development and improvement of methodologies and knowledge of various kinds. I will not read out all of this here. And despite being a research action, another objective is the production of hands-on tools and recommendations for policymakers, for practitioners, sector representatives, experts and learners and teachers in the relevant disciplines. The lay audiences are also mentioned, but they are not as accessible yet. Full information is available. These websites are linked. You will receive the slides and you can access all the materials directly if of interest. So the consortium was a multidisciplinary one, spanning Europe and going beyond. There's partners in Japan and Uruguay as well. And you can see here that on the one hand, there is the strong focus on research institutes and universities, covering a broad range of relevant disciplines and fields of study. What I would like to indicate here, of course, is also that the social sciences are represented. So it is not only about technical and natural science approaches, but very much also attempting to gain an understanding of the social dynamics. And I will mention some of this later. On the other hand, there's also this additional focus on the kind of applied stakeholders. Partly these are represented in the consortium among the partners, but partly also in the advisory board to ensure that we have this strong focus on applied outputs. Now, I will start with a quick summary of the contributions of the project, and then we will go into some of the findings in more detail. So in terms of the improved understanding of soils, there's this objective or this outcome actually, this contribution of an improved conceptual understanding and identification of how soil processes work in reality, especially those driving greenhouse gas emissions and nutrient fluxes. Then, of course, another contribution I already mentioned is the simulation models. We will look at one of them in a little while, later on in the second part of my presentation, later in the morning. Then, in addition to these soil simulation models, it has also contributed to improved forest ecosystem models, so understanding the soil processes as part of the larger ecosystem of forests, including highlighting the different management practice impacts and potential trade-offs between conventional versus climate-smart forestry management practices. And then there's also the contribution to a harmonized soil property characterization, which underlies the soil monitoring assessment methods that are proposed by the project. Then another contribution, which is relevant for practitioners particularly, is the good forest management practice guidance that the project has produced. This consists of different elements. The ones that I will focus on here the most are the ones for good practice management in more general terms of forests, but also regarding disturbance and post-disturbance recovery management practices. And then there are some other elements that provide guidance, like guidance for soil sampling and analysis in order to support credible greenhouse gas monitoring and forecasting. And then the assessment of vulnerability and how to achieve degradation neutrality. Finally, another contribution are these data-driven tools that I already mentioned some of, which is the modeling tools, but also there are reference tools. So you can see here, there will be a public portal with information about spatial soil data across Europe. There will be open access information like databases and maps of various different kinds, soil microbial contexts in different parts of Europe, disturbance vulnerability in different parts of Europe, and also the simulations or model-based simulations of the impacts of climate-smart forestry on forest resilience and carbon sequestration and storage over the coming decades in different parts of Europe. And the tools I mentioned already are two modeling tools that I will introduce to you later on. Finally, for the sake of completeness, the project has also produced recommendations for policymakers in various policy briefs, but also in some events in Brussels, the next one coming up next week. So this is just, if it is of interest of you, you're very much invited to visit these different publications and familiarize yourself with the recommendations there. Now, finally, coming to the findings. Before I start there, the methodology very quickly, the project was very much based on experimentation conducted at different sites representing different contexts. So you can see here a number of countries were involved. I'm not going to read them out, that they represent different bioclimatic regions, different soil types, different species compositions, different management practices. Then some of the sites, as I mentioned, also had some disturbance exposure that was studied, and treatments, experimental treatments as appropriate to the different sites. So the main focus was the effects of soil and forest management. I have mentioned this, and the disturbance recovery management. The measurements were mainly about physical and chemical properties. This is in line with what Ignacio said, but of course, there was also a lot of focus on biodiversity, including all the different feedback mechanisms and processes that result from biodiversity, and the particular focus was on the greenhouse gas fluxes and nutrient cycling. As this conference takes place in Lithuania, I've just inserted here a quick overview of the experimentation that was conducted in Lithuania. We have, of course, some of these reports from all the different sites, but I think this goes into too much detail to review everything. So I'm going to present a summary, but you can see here how this was set up. In Lithuania, we have a pine forest, and it is an even-aged management approach, and in this case, fertilization with nitrogen was tested, and you can find that we are not looking at the results on vegetation so much, but the results on or effects on soils. So here we have some findings reported that nitrogen fertilization had little effect on the microbial activity or diversity, and then in contrast, the clear cutting element was also highlighted, that it had reduced the microbial respiration or activity. Bacteria, but not fungi, were observed to be linked to greenhouse gas emissions. So you see, this is very detailed. I think this goes too far. Therefore, we will go to the findings on a broader level. First output, of course, it's a research action, a lot of research publications. And again, if you are interested in this, I invite you to take a look yourself at selected topics. I will not go into details here. The second output, a little bit singled out, because I feel it's a more accessible one that can be helpful to practitioners, is this model, Key-link model, that was developed as a new representation, mechanistic representation and visual representation of soils, components and structure. So it basically summarizes one component that we classically look at, which is pore size, and combines it with the ecological elements of the different soil fauna, and relates it to the kind of inversely related elements of carbon, of the carbon dynamics, which is basically the soil organic matter accessibility where there's a lot of water infiltration and larger pore sizes, versus the soil organic matter stabilization in smaller pore sizes where there's less macrofauna activity. So this is something that I recommend, that if you are interested to look at, because it is a nice summary of the functionings of soil. And then coming to the outputs from the test sites on regarding general management. So the first element is, as I emphasized many times, and the project emphasizes, climate smart forestry and soils. So these practices enhance soil stability and reduce greenhouse gas emissions is the general finding. And then there's a couple of findings to substantiate that. So for instance, in boreal forests, continuous cover forestry helps maintain higher water table levels, which reduces CO2 emissions. In general, in various ecosystems, selection harvesting maintains, regulates soil temperature and moisture, and stabilizes it, so that again reduces extreme fluctuations that can contribute to increased CO2 release. And then the last point is the contrasting point. Clear cuts lead to increased carbon losses by exposure to higher temperatures. Then disturbances in soils. This is a general summary here. We will go into a little bit more detail in a minute. Forest disturbances significantly alter the soil carbon dynamics. So drought reduces soil moisture, which entails short-term emissions, but also increased increased, this is a typo, apologies for that, increased longer-term carbon sequestration. Sorry, I'm making a mistake here. No, it is correct as it is on the slide. Apologies for this. Then one finding specifically about spruce monocultures. The drought has stronger negative effects on carbon sequestration there compared to mixed forests. And then again, the focus on soils, disturbances like bark beetle infestations and clear cutting increase the soil respiration and carbon emissions. This is the findings on disturbances in soils. Then we have findings on the species composition and soils. So the general message here is mixed species forests exhibit greater resilience than monocultures. We're talking again about soils. So it's about carbon sequestration and in this case, a focus on methane oxidization. Mixed broadleaf species, mixing broadleaf species into conifer forests improves soil structure and organic matter content. I think this is not a secret or a very new finding, but it's certainly confirmed here. And also the mixed stands have more diverse root systems that enhance organic matter decomposition and nutrient cycling. And then we also have a point about the monocultures, that they're highly vulnerable to drought and pest outbreaks. I think this is again something that we are very much aware of across Europe. And then we have also some findings about vegetation management and soils. So management practices affect soil biodiversity and carbon storage strongly. Thinning basically has different effects according to its intensity. Moderate thinning preserves more soil carbon stocks than heavy thinning. Maintaining understory vegetation supports microbial diversity and detritivores, increasing soil fertility and carbon cycling. So it's not only about the direct impacts of, for instance, soil moisture, but there's also here this element under this focus on the microbial diversity and other soil fauna. And then specific to the fire-prone contexts, we have some findings as well that low-intensity burning can be an effective disturbance prevention tool for these ecosystems, and it actually, if it is done correctly, minimizes soil carbon loss. And then as a final point, I will again not go into much detail here. It's just important to understand that the project ran for a limited number of years, and so the experimentation period was comparatively short. And for the short term, the findings confirm the effectiveness of climate-smart forestry practices as more beneficial than conventional, but longer-term monitoring is necessary to confirm that this holds as time unfolds. This is just a quick summary of the conventional or business as usual approaches compared to the climate-smart forestry alternatives that our colleagues recommend. This material will be found in some public-facing materials that I will talk about later on as well. And then, of course, I mentioned before, there's also the insights for the disturbance management element. So here's the findings on soil organic carbon and nutrient retention. Maintaining woody debris results in higher soil organic carbon and nutrient retention. The second point is the reverse argument. Then about microbial diversity and soil health, fallen trees and organic material lead to richer microbial communities, and microbial biomass and enzymatic activity are significantly reduced when debris is cleared. Then we're talking about soil respiration and greenhouse gas emissions when it comes to disturbance management. Basically, in the short term, leaving biomass on site increased soil respiration, including CO2 emissions, but over time, these sites stabilized and promoted better carbon sequestration. Then impacts on soil structure and moisture retention. Basically, retaining organic matter reduces compaction and bulk density, and also the debris remaining improve the moisture holding ability, including in drier climates like the Mediterranean.
I know we're wrapping up, or?
I can skip through a few things, but I have one or two key messages still, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, very quickly here, this is just I will skip this one, the number 5, but number 6, basically, it's important to understand that boreal forests are different from Mediterranean, and therefore we have different long-term impacts that we need to keep in mind. Summary, I'm going to refer you to the other materials later on. There are some more key messages, but I will spare you those for now because they are detailed and directed at policymakers, but they can be found here. And when you receive the slides, they will also be included, but I'm not going to outline them now. I just want to highlight quickly why these findings are important for you here. And that is one of our social science activities in Holy Soils was a survey of forest owners and their attitudes to climate smart forestry practices. And basically they have, and also to soils in general, I should say. So the first finding that I think you should take away is that 50% of these respondents, the forest owners in this survey, reported that improvement of soil qualities is either extremely important or very important in their management objectives. Only 3% indicated that it was not important at all. So 97% think it's important in to some degree, but 50% believe it is very important. Now, these forest owners were also asked about which climate smart forestry practices they may have already applied in the past. And you see a summary here of the different activities and the percentage that have implemented this before. If you're interested in information about the survey, there's some here on the right, but there's also a related deliverable linked here. But what I want to draw your attention to is the following. Of the respondents that said that they had not yet applied climate smart forestry practices, 40 to 50% report that they are willing to adopt these practices, even if the compensation they receive is lower than 100% of their costs and lost income. So I think this is a very significant finding that up to half of the respondents are willing to try out these practices, even if they make a financial loss. However, while this is very promising, even at a compensation of 100% or over, we do not reach all forest owners in this survey to mobilize adoption of climate smart forestry practices, which we have just shown in the scientific findings that they are beneficial for soil health. So there we have a gap of about 25 to 30% of forest owners that are not reachable at the moment. And here I see that the forest extension services can play a very important role in doing educational work to share these results and to mobilize further support of these practices. This is my final slide, the conclusions. I want you to take away, obviously, forest soils are complex and they are very important and soil health needs to be maintained. Forest management does have a very clear impact on soil health and functioning. And management interventions, unfortunately, can have complex effects, not always linear. Alternative interventions may not immediately manifest as opposing effects. Hence, decisions should be considered carefully beyond the short term, and the trade-offs between different management practices need to be understood. Generally, I've said this, climate smart forestry practices are recommended. And in the selection of these concrete interventions, the regional specificities must be observed. Practitioners can use the Holy Soils website and resources to find guidance and tools. We will talk about tools in a moment. And then forest extension services can play a crucial role in educating forest managers and mobilizing the adoption of these practices. And last point for the forest extension services, there are in this Holy Soils synthesis report that I produced different chapters for different practitioners. And I think for forest extension services, it might be interesting to understand the use cases identified for practitioners or sector representatives or learners in their different ways, and to also access different levels of information in the summaries provided for the different audience groups. So it's not about reading a one-size-fits-all report and hopefully distracting information that you can usefully pass on, but it's actually that a lot of the work has been pre-planned and done for you. So thank you for your attention for now, and I will speak to you again later when we come to discussing tools.
Thank you, Anna. Fantastic overview of Holy Choice. Very rich in messages. Any thoughts from your side? Let me check. How many of you are involved with soil issues or in terms of advice, the soil element, how relevant it is from 1 to 10?
Yeah.
10
Yeah, it's significant, like it's a big factor.
for you? Not so much. 3, 4, 4. 3. Okay. And these messages that Danny was conveying to you are helpful or confusing? Like if you thin, you lose carbon. If you thin, you don't lose. Or what do you feel this is? So, what is the message for the research community in terms of what would be more useful or is clarifying?
But my main question to Anne would be, this is obviously a key project, where your monitoring was obviously constrained to the length of the project, or maybe a period within that. Are there any longer term plans to build on the monitoring you started through the project?
The question is that all the monitoring in the project and the results come from very short span of time. Are there plans for longer term assessment?
Yes, so I think this is a very good question. Not under the Holy Souls umbrella because the funding ends and therefore the project ends, but the test sites are run by partners who are research institutions in different locations, and some of them will certainly continue their work and continue to publish as scientific findings. And I think this is probably the crucial element, is that because most of these research partners are universities, the focus is on producing research papers. And so the link to transferring this to applied knowledge is not automatically there. So the short answer is, I think some of the research will continue, but how accessible it will be is going to be the tricky part. And of course, if I don't know, Ignacio, you know this better, if any of our test sites are a part of any of the living labs that you've been talking about, of course, that would be a good avenue to try and continue this.
Yes. Yes, and also to have this dialogue with practice, I think it's very important. I tell you because I had 10 years of soil research myself. And soil research, 10 years. So when you look, for example, the pH changes under conifers and half a point, yes, it's relevant. Have more carbon emissions, yes. What extent are they relevant? Are soils so fragile or so resilient? So I love these long-term experiments in UK, on wheat production, over 100 years of wheat production, extracting the wheat for 100 years. Productivity today is larger or lower than before. No fertilization, just extraction. In many soils it's higher because of genetic improvement. And one of the key of conservation is what you were mentioning about is LAAS management, residues management. With this you can protect carbon in many soils. Of course you have reduced carbon stocks, but you keep fertility. Just to say that some of the fluctuations are relevant for what and when. So I think this is very useful recommendation you have there, Anne, because they are agreeing with many of the knowledge that we have. But sometimes it is complex, it changes, yes, but we need to focus on the relevance and what can be achieved, because it's impossible not to have emissions when we open the door in the morning, we're emissions. To what extent, what is really disqualifying? Where to focus? I think these are the questions that we need to advance, but many of the recommendations are very clear and I agree with this element. If you keep the slash inside, if you don't put your bulldozer everywhere. So maybe it's not that complex. What needs to be done?
I think there were issues in the project about some of the monitoring that the EU is talking in the future. Do you feel that the project has actually made an impact on future monitoring, or is it likely to happen?
So in terms of the monitoring, again, Ignacio said earlier that there's a large focus on the agricultural soils because they are more immediately seen as being productive of benefits to humans, and the forests are sometimes overlooked in the objectives and the endeavors of the European Union about the monitoring as well. But the project has produced a methodology for soil sampling and analysis to actually be applied across different forest ecosystems in Europe, so that they can be a meaningful, transparent, and comparable approach that can then be integrated in the endeavors that the Commission is pushing for soil monitoring. And there has been a policy brief published exactly on this point, that it is very important because the current soil monitoring law proposals basically are biased towards monitoring that and practices for sampling and analysis that apply more to agricultural than forest soils. So the project has definitely made a contribution in creating a methodology that could be used and recommending it. And it has made a contribution in the sense that it has pushed through this policy brief for actually policy makers to take notice. What that will do in the end is still open, of course.
We can discuss maybe monitoring later, we have time, and how to do it. But we'd like to call our next speaker. Thank you, Annie. Thank you so much. See you in a minute. So maybe, I don't want to risk saying your name incorrectly. So you can present yourself. The topic is greenhouse emissions from dry and peatlands under different land uses versus pristine peatlands. Please introduce yourself.
I'm researcher Dovilė Čiovienė. I'm working in the Lithuania Research Center for Agriculture and Forestry. And today I will also represent our project, which was finished 1 year ago. But as I will talk about greenhouse gas emissions, and it's very, very important topic for Lithuania and other countries. I have a boreal region, so that's my slides. And I will start with a graph which everyone starts. It is reduction targets for greenhouse gas emissions, and if you see all sectors, including agriculture, transport, just should reduce emissions, and our LULUCF sector, I will explain land use change, and forestry sector have to not to reduce, but also to show carbon sequestration. And this is a map where our soils, like histosoils, organic soils, are very widespread in Nordic countries, in Baltic states, in Baltic Sea region. And for example, in Finland, in Sweden, it occupy about 30% of territory. In Estonia, 20% of territory. In Lithuania, it's about 10% of territory, and this soils very distinct from other mineral soils. They have very thick organic layer. They can be nutrient-rich organic soils. They can be nutrient-poor organic soils. And in Lithuania, it's very important because they are from these soils, a lot of emissions are coming up, and it's like a huge problem. And you can see in the left, the picture is how produce emissions from drainage peatlands. And if you can see, it come from two sources, like autotrophic respiration and heterotrophic. Autotrophic is respiration, then plant respirates mostly CO2, and from heterotrophic respirations, like then peat is decomposing because of toxic environment and produces CO2, methane, and nitrous oxide. And in the right, you can see pristine peatlands. They don't have nitrous oxide emissions, but they have CO2 emissions and very huge amount of methane. And this is nothing new. You know that in the atmosphere, greenhouse gas emissions could remain about CO2 about up to 200 years, methane short time period, but nitrous oxide is also over 100 years, and it's very important to look global warming potential, not only emissions, but global warming potential, what it is. CO2 is like represented and they have 1, and methane 28 times higher, have a higher potential than CO2, and nitrous oxide is it's 265 times have higher global warming potential like CO2. And this is important for politics, for climate change mitigation politics, and all countries. And I show the picture of Lithuania National Inventory Report. That I'm also working in this I'm producing this document as well. But all countries in the European Union, also other countries not belong to the European Union, have to report these emissions. And for the report, they have to multiply like area of land for emission factors. And these emission factors are 3 types. It's tier 1, it's region greenhouse gas emission factors. It was produced, summarized a lot of studies from the very broad territory, and not very much studies was included in that. And these emission factors was very low in 2006, and it became higher in 2014, and we have to apply this year these higher emission factors if we don't have national emission factors. It's tier 2, and our project was about how to get tier 2, our emission factors, and tier 3 is it will be very important in the nearest future, because I don't want to mistaken, but about 3 years we will have to achieve tier 3. It's emission factors adapted to changing climate conditions, like changing temperature, soil temperature, groundwater level, precipitation, and other environmental factors. And if you see this picture is studies were used to determine the total emission factors in the IPCC guidelines 2006 and 2014, and most of these studies were conducted in Finland, in Estonia, in Sweden, some in Germany and the United Kingdom. But if you see in Hemoboreal, not in Boreal, not all region, this is lack of studies. And also in Lithuania, we didn't have. And our data from Life for Bow project was it is in green dots, and we done very accurate harmonized methodology I will present later. And if you see, we reviewed all national inventory reports from Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Germany, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, United Kingdom, some of the countries still have tier 1. They didn't achieve tier 2. They had audition this spring, and we will in the next year we will have tier 2. But all the countries we have to achieve tier 3, and it's just not very easy task. And this is our project was implemented by 8 partners, and the leaders was Silva is FOREXT Research Institute of Latvia, and we worked with research institutions, with Tartu University, with Luke, and also with non-government institutions. And we have a lot of deliverables, but today I am talking and I represent clear results from greenhouse gas emissions, because we are responsible for measurements, and in this auditory we have 2 guys who are in forest with a lot of mosquitoes and terrible things happened. So, and you can see we did this research for more than 2 years, in no matter what weather was, and in spring, in winter, in summer, in autumn, in every month, and in vegetation we visit every site 3 times per month. In cold period, just one time per month, because emissions is changing very fast in the warmer period, but although it's not fluctuating in the cold period. And we used all the countries, Finland, Estonia, Latvia, and we used the same methodology, the same equipment, the same harmonized methodology. We measured greenhouse gas emissions, CO2, methane, and nitrous oxide, measured air and soil temperature and soil moisture. This is very important factors for greenhouse gas emissions, and water table level fluctuations every 3 minutes, I guess. Yes,
Every half an hour.
Half an hour every day. So we have a huge data sets, and this is a picture of all 3 countries, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. It's very average mean picture of how soil surface temperature and groundwater level is fluctuating in drained peatlands and pristine peatlands. The temperature was similar, very similar. Soil surface temperature, groundwater level or water table level was lower in drained peatlands, but in pristine peatlands in the summer also lowers, and peat exposes with oxy conditions. So you will see the results. Here I represent 3 land uses what we measured, where we measured greenhouse gas emissions in croplands, in grasslands, and in forest lands. They were on nutrient-rich organic soils. This is drained. This represents drained soils, and you will see that in cold period, starting from January to March and from November to December, the greenhouse gas emissions, it's very, very, very low. But it starts to increase very, very rapid, starting from May, June, July, August, September, and starts to low in October in croplands. And in croplands, in grasslands, monthly emissions was very, very, very high. But if we just look into the forest emissions was 3 times lower, because soil temperature it's lower because of shadow and this have impact of also lower CO2 emissions. And if we see pristine peatlands, they are untouched. Humans don't have activity here. You will see that in early May, it's full of water and emissions are low. But in the summer, we have in Lithuania often drought periods. We don't have some long periods without precipitation, except this year. This year was a lot of precipitation. But if we don't have precipitation, groundwater level is very, very, very low. And emissions are the same as in drainage peatlands. So it's a huge problem. And here we have Lithuanian data compared to IPCC 2014 data. And anyway, we got these results, and we see that if we compare our cropland and grasslands with cropland and grasslands suggested tier 1 by IPCC 2014, our results about a third lower. So it's very, very good for Lithuania to have 1 minute. Okay, I will be hurry. Forest, it's a very, very similar results, but we also have we would like to have just a new approach that forests not only have emissions, but they can accumulate and sequestrate carbon into their own biomass in roots, in branches, in stems. So it can be compensated. It can compensate, and emissions could be 0. If we talk about methane, our in drained peatlands, we don't have methane at all. It's negative, negative values. And if we see about nitrous oxide, also our values is lower. And if we just compare CO2 with drained perennial grasslands to undrained perennial grasslands in pristine peatlands, the values are very, very close to each other. And if we talk about drained forest and undrained forest in pristine peatlands, also values are quite similar. And the most important, then we talk about mean annual greenhouse gas emissions expressed as CO2 equivalent. It means that we will sum all emissions and multiply to global warming potential, what I said before, it will be the same. So it is very difficult and complex, especially when we are talking about wetting. If you can achieve that water will be always all the year, that peat will be under the water, so it is good approach. But in Lithuania, I don't think it is possible. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Lina. Perfect in time. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Any questions on that?
There was a map on the third slide, and the difference. Seems like there's a significant difference between peatlands third and 3. Among the neighbors of Lithuania, is it due to different methodology of estimation of peatlands? or is it just because of different soils?
Actually, and this one is correct, and this one correct, because every country says identify peatlands very differently. We have our own soil classification. So in our case, peatlands has more than 40 centimeters depth of peat, at least, and higher. In, for example, Latvians, they think that peatlands are organic soils which have peat layer more than 10 or maybe 80 centimeters, maybe 20 centimeters, yeah? 10 maybe. So, and Finland, I remember that they are they classify peatlands according to VRB classification. FAR classification is very and is comparable to Lithuanian national classification. So peatlands are more than 40 centimeters depth and more. So yes, it is different, but yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Comparing with different definition. But there is something. Any other question, please?
Yeah, it's really interesting. Thank you. I have a question around your closing comment was we're going to struggle to keep peatlands in Lithuania underwater.
Yeah.
Could you just unpack
Can you repeat?
Explain this a bit more.
Explain that.
Yes, because in Lithuania we have a new approach that greenhouse gas emissions and reduce and mitigate climate change could be possible to revet all the peatlands. Some of peatlands, yes, you can revet, especially nutrient poor, because they have saturation of water from precipitation only. It's like a bowl. It's like a bowl. You can just construct something to close the system, and it's possible maybe if we would not have like drought periods, because everything is ever transparent and something like that. But nutrient-rich organic soils are very difficult ecosystem, because these peatlands are like open systems. They have saturation from groundwater level, groundwater, and from precipitation. So if drought periods in Lithuania come, ditches and drainage ditches are empty, so water flow away. So you cannot high up groundwater level. It's impossible.
Just we don't have snow at the winter now.
Yeah.
So
Global warming.
water table level is lower and lower.
You have to import snow from Finland.
Yeah.
Question, because I didn't capture further. What is the key message? So, natural forest, let's say, or forest growing on natural peatlands, emissions are very similar to dry peatlands.
I don't have on site today. I only know that in forest greenhouse gas emissions are lower. Also, forests could sequestrate carbon in their biomass, huge amount.
So the question is, looking at carbon, forest management on peatlands is sustainable, or needs to be improved or adapted or limited, or?
I think it could be limited. I think we should avoid clear cuttings, and but I'm not forest.
Okay.
Actually, I can't say much.
Before we close, Tom, if you are there online, what is the perspective in Ireland? What is experiencing in plantations with exotics on peatlands? Are you there, Tom?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Yeah. There is work going on at the moment in Ireland in relation to the emissions, because we have about 38% of our forest are on peat soils, and so there's work going on in terms of developing higher level emission factors. There's a current project by the Department of Agriculture, Food and the Marine to refine our emission factors on peats. And the thinking is that where forests would have been planted on deeper peats that were drained in the past, that they actually, over a number of rotations, could be a source of rather than a sink. So looking at that in more detail now, but our policy at the moment is where we're planting new forests, that they're planted on mineral soils, or else they're planted on organo-mineral soils with no more of a peat depth than 30 centimeters. So, but as I said, very complex to look at the whole overall picture of greenhouse gas fluxes on a forested peat soil. So it's an ongoing process to refine and get good data for emission factors. But that is the policy. So our policy has changed in recent years to limit the planting and of peat forest just to a 30 centimeter maximum for our organo-mineral soils.
So you can plant all Lithuanian peat plants.
Yeah.
Okay.
And obviously there's a focus in terms of our achievement of national targets of maybe re-wetting some of the peatland soils. There's a high ambition there to re-wet existing peat soils, raise the water table. Some of these soils are being farmed at the moment, so raising the water table is leading to a good bit of discussion, but there's ambition there to do that, manage the water table. The idea being that where the water table is high, as this lady said, that you have reduced, you're actually conserving the soil carbon rather than emitting it when it's drained and the peat starts to oxidize. So yeah, plenty of work going on there.
Okay, good topic to stay in Aquitaine region. They have a lot of problems with the peatland, so it's not general in Europe. Thank you very much. We need to invite you to continue discussions in the coffee break. My last impression is that if I'm understanding research shows that organic matter stability happens when you mix organic matter with clays. So when you have little clay, like in sandy soils and in organic soils, organic matter is not stable. They can decompose, reach the soils nitrogen and use carbon. So the sandy soils, peatlands are specifically dangerous. Over the power tables, to stabilize organic matter. And you need to pay specific attention to the management of the areas where clay soils are much more organic matter gets locked into the clay and needs protected. Very good. Let's have a coffee. We'll come back 25 minutes. And also, okay. So now we have a session with we wanted to have shorter presentations on concrete tools that can be useful for forest practitioners and for advisors on soil. So to have access to information, access to toolkits in terms of improving soil management in general. So the first one is, sorry for that, my presentation, and it will be, all the other ones will be online. So we ask presenters to be tight in time, and so we have also time to discuss. We wanted to have more speakers in person, but was not possible. So in advance, I thank you all for it's always a bit more difficult to have these online sessions. So with this brief introduction, we'll start with my presentation on the Soil Hub. So the Soil Hub is a digital, do you have a, no, is it working? Let me see. Imagine it's not connected, no? Okay, so the Soil Hub is the digital platform for the soil communities and all these living labs of soils and extended holders that are around this soil mission community. So it's a platform to connect these living labs and the lighthouses. Remember, living labs are co-creation, multi-stakeholder projects with vocation of permanence in time. There are also some experimental sites linked to these living labs, but you also have many other researchers or stakeholders interested in soil. Maybe soils are not that attractive for NGOs or other stakeholders. No, we don't have market civil society protecting soils per se, except very concrete situations. But of course, as we saw before, soils are related to many other aspects of water quality, of productivity, but also, let's say, intrinsic values in conservation, like happened with some peatlands or other areas. Okay, so the idea of this platform is that you have all this back office with registration, permits, regulations. You have some social network facilities to communicate, integrate. You have thematic possibility to create groups, and then you can have targeted tools that are being developed for matchmaking, of innovation, other stuff. So the idea is to have it's an ambitious tool. First point, it's open to anybody. You have a registration, you can register yourself as academic, stakeholders, society, citizens, research, and if you have a living labs can create their own page for the living lab and engage. But it's not limited to the members of these consortiums, it's open to the broader community. When you register, when you access the Soil Hub, you have a personalized web with the groups you follow, the living lab you follow, and you have different functions and tools, but it's an effort to create a tool that is easy to navigate and personalize for the user. I think there was something of the Web 2.0 already years ago to create your own landing page where you have all your interests. So what do you find there in the Soil Hub? First of all, you have an atlas of the living labs. So you can access and understand all these living labs, what they're doing, who are the members, key documents or information, news, research outputs, whatever. So you have a visual tool, but also you can have a search tool on all these hundreds of living labs that will be created. But for the moment, you have the first two rounds. And the living labs create their own groups, but you can create other thematic groups. You can have a UK group, you could have a peatland group, you could get another. Users can create groups and invite speakers to have like a smaller community to exchange and innovate. And the ones that you select or you to follow will appear in your landing page. So these are like sub-communities. Of course, there is a knowledge repository. You can access to these research outputs, videos, PDFs, other multimedia material that is related to these projects and what is uploaded by the platform members. And of course, you have this. Many of these projects are creating workshops, seminars, events, congresses, and you access all these. You can search, discover all these soil-related events that are happening. For example, there is one of these living labs is here in Lithuania, but it's from a different project that I keep doing. And so sometimes you discover your neighbors. I discovered a living lab in Basque Country. Well, I was surprised because never met them before in forest or soil. But they are now creating a living lab there. So you find unexpected partners even in very close to you. I was going to say that happens the same in Tinder. They say that you can meet your neighbor digitally. Okay, so you of course you have a repository of organizations and contacts that are working around living labs, and you can search and book. So you can have their own profile. And then finally there is a help desk where applicants of projects can have some questions solved. I understand there's a committee of mentors that can also understand soil-related questions. And there is also a matchmaking tool to find, or they support you in identifying possible consortiums, put you in contact. So anybody interested in developing these living lab calls, maybe this Soil Hub is a platform to know and connect. I think this is what I had for you. This is the web where you can register. You can also Google for Soil Startup Project. You have the soil mission, the soil 2030.app. It's mobile friendly, so you can bring, in a sense, the soil community in your pocket. So this is it. This is what I had only. Yeah, I wanted just to navigate you, or you can also write general info of the Soil Startup Project, info@soil2030.eu to find more about this platform or how to join or anything related to these projects. So if you're planning to, or you're interested in developing one proposal for the calls on the soil mission, or you would like to, you have an idea of a living lab but don't know how to insert this in a call, then this is the tool to find consortium that may be looking for a case like yours, and you can engage. So this is the tool. I don't know if you have any question or comment.
What's the difference between a living lab and a lighthouse?
Okay, the Living Lab is a multi-actor co-creation, participatory research structure with some objectives, governance, indicators that develops. And a lighthouse is more like one exemplary farm or ownerships or site where you can, it's like a demonstration place where a good practice has been working. So for example, one of these rewetting areas could be then could be when a lighthouse, if you demonstrate that you have, imagine you have contained emissions, you have bring tourists to the region, you have created, so you can have an exemplary case. That will be a lighthouse. A living lab is the multi-stakeholder group. And then you have research sites that we will visit tomorrow. One research sites on these heat and emissions, for example. These are the three elements of this soil mission community. Anyway, this is for you. You know that we have social media, we have large language models to interact, and we have other places where you have ResearchGate or you have other areas where you can interact, ask questions. So this is still to be seen how much this community will be active in terms of the working groups, exchanging information. It's a big effort that the project is doing to create this complex platform, rich in features, but definitely it's a place to access information, to access the living labs, access stakeholders, engage in proposals. Cannot guarantee that the exchange inside the groups is very active or not. As you say, people have linked many other tools, but for the soil mission, living labs, and the stakeholders, this is a very fantastic place to meet. I don't think that I'm not sure if the final version is out. It was on development, beta version, but should be. It's not. There could some disruption when they update it, but there you have it. Okay, that was my presentation on the Soil Hub. So all invited to follow. Okay. Coming to best advisory practices, now we have one of these soil mission projects, one of these developing living labs is Gov4All project. And we have with us Tristano Bacchetti de Giorgis, hope I said correctly, from Innova. And we asked him to give us a flavor in 10 minutes on your experience with the soil living labs. So Tristano, you know, we are here with a lot of extension services and forest advisors, and we are really eager to understand to what extent the soil living lab, so the living lab concept is a good tool to engage stakeholders and to co-create with them. And so great to have you sharing your experience. Please.
Thank you for having me. Can you confirm that you can hear me and you can see my presentation?
Yes, we hear you, but maybe it could be a bit, maybe you can you hear well, or should be a bit louder, or it's okay? If you can talk a bit louder, will be helpful, or you can increase the.
Maybe from your side, because I have a.
Now it's better. Now it's better, perfect.
Okay, good. And the presentation is fine, right?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, well, thanks for having me. I'm not sure if I lost something because I tried to connect with the previous link, but just quickly, my experience, my name is Tristano. I coordinate this Go4All project, which was one of the first that selected under this call for the Living Lab on soil health. And our focus is mostly on it's on the Mediterranean region, and almost exclusively on arable and some arable lands and some agroforestry or orchard system. So we don't touch forests. So I'm not gonna present anything related to the technical side, just the vision of just like how we have conceived this idea of the Living Lab and how we are making it work. So basically, for us, the important thing here is that a Living Lab, it's a process. For us, it's a process. I know that especially from the beginning, when you try to convey this concept to researchers that are used to, let's say, use experimental sites and have research stations where they do experiments on agronomy, and we often felt, at least at the time, at the beginning of this project, that when referring to Living Lab, many experts confused it with a kind of field station or research station. And so in order to kind of make sure that we detached from that and we really internally had incorporated this vision of being a co-design process where we have multi-actor working on identifying solutions that are relevant. So we really wanted to detach to this idea of being connected to a place, even if it's agronomy. So ultimately, to test your idea, to do your things, you'll have to be grounded on certain places. So that connection with the land is clear. But for us, it was very important that with the term lab, we were referring to a process. And this process brings together multi-actor. It's about co-designing. And for us, so it's kind of circular. I'm not sure if it's a bit pixelated, the figure, but anyway, we have a team working together, multi-actors, under the proposal. Obviously, in each of our 5 Living Lab, we have at least, I think the one where we have less partners, there are 4. So we cover the quadruple helix, academics, let's say the NGOs, sector or whatever, civil society. There are business represented and public administration generally involved. So we cover this by inviting one partner from each. And in some Living Lab, we have more partners. And there is obviously a process where we try to enlarge this by making it through the project. We invite more stakeholders to participate, but at least we have that internally. We have those 4 angles covered. And basically we go in cycle. We try to identify, what are the needs and what solution can we imagine or co-design, and then test them. And those that kind of work, and we work this iteratively. But importantly, for when looking at Living Lab as a process, it's like, okay, which process? And for us, it was very key to design a stepwise program that would enable these multi-actor communities to develop solutions, do something. And we got inspired by common land theory and methodology, and within this, theory U is one of the one that common land uses. And if you think about it, it's simple. It's like okay, first of all, you bring stakeholders together to work on certain problems. And the first thing that you have to do is to make sure that you develop common vision. Well, first of all, that you have a common understanding of what the issue is. So you start working with these multi-actors, you know, especially when we're talking about soil, which historically isn't something that is everybody would easily connect. You know, where are the problem? Okay, what's the problem? What may we are in danger of? What we may be losing? What opportunities are there? Soil hasn't been the focus of anything really in the last. I mean, until a few years ago. So first of all, it's really building consciousness around what the issue is. And when you have that common understanding, then you need to build a vision. You need to be a shared sense of purpose. You know, why are we doing this? Where are we going? Why is important to us, to me as a participant to this process? And this part of the work for us is very important because it's ultimately what's drive the action itself. It's what makes people commit to dedicate themselves to work on a certain project or co-designing process. So this part of, you know, getting together, sharing a common understanding, generate a vision, and it's key. And then when there is a sort of a common purpose for the Living Lab, and we work on, you know, you can start working on governance aspects, or how you manage the Living Lab, what's the responsibility, who takes decision, because ultimately in our project at least, we were asked to build business model to sustain those Living Labs. So in a way, it's like, okay, we have multi-actors, so different organizations joining forces to generate some sort of value for the territory there. And that value may be generating revenue to, let's say, continue the work of the Living Lab after the project ends. So that there are all this layer of, you know, how those who benefit from this, who participate. So you need to work a governance structure that is suitable for the purpose or the goal of that specific Living Lab. Maybe very simple, or maybe more complicated, maybe actually generating revenue, or maybe just offering certain, there is maybe let's say a memorandum of understanding or a manifesto that those organizations signs together to commit to something, and then they share the work in a more flexible way. But anyway, that there are all these aspects that needs to be considered. And then once you have a vision, then you start do the planning. And all of this, I'm talking about the survival of the Living Lab, not of the solution of them, because, you know, the Living Lab, it's a tool to generate solution, and the solution, I cannot talk about them because it's you know, if you will manage a Living Lab, you generate your solution, we generate our solution, which are relevant to that context, to that specific area. So you know, you may not be, it's like they may not be relevant to you, but the way you generate them, that's I think our experience can be shared. And in that sense, we are doing this work. We are kind of really working on building this relationship between the partners in the Living Lab, and that's key. So once you have the vision, you do the planning, like how you know, what specific action you take to reach that vision. So you plan activities, and then you start executing them with the learnings, iteration, and so on. This is kind of for us, this is a Living Lab. This is a space where those multi-actor relationship happened, and they have a meaning, they have a purpose. They drive action in from the identified needs towards creating a structure that generates solution about those. That's it. I mean, the project quickly, but this may not be relevant to you. Overall, it's dislocated in these 5 areas. We have Alvelar in the south of southeast of Spain, then in south of France, we have Solviterra in the Drone Valley, one in the islands of Menorca. It's a whole island kind of living lab, and 2 in Greece, one in the islands of Laisvės and one in the Tyrea region. And they pretty much, because of the nature of agriculture in this area, there is a lot of olives, almond, some vineyards, and a bit of arable land, so kind of cereal and livestock as well.
Okay.
That system that we look at. And that's it.
Thank you, Tristano. Can you put the previous slide? 1 second.
Yeah.
So now, what you have here, like compost, reduced tillage, cover cropping, these are the solutions, or are already some challenges related to this, or what is this?
These were initially from at the proposal stage. We obviously the needs is soil health, and this area in the south, the problem is erosion. There's a lot of erosion because the mismanagement of soil. The soil is left uncovered, and therefore erosion is the main issue. Another area may be loss of organic matter, and this is why for us it's very important to focus on the living lab as a concept and as a process, because in many cases the solution we know already what they are, like cover crops, increasing compost usage, making water retention structure in the land. There isn't much, we don't need to do a lot of research about those. We know that these are the issues lies somewhere else. It's not lack of knowledge. It's what there are barriers to the implementation of these solutions. So we expected those solutions to be important to this living lab, and this is why they are listed. But how you implement them, that's the difficult part.
I think that's a very good point. I think it's in general in silviculture, it's not a problem of knowledge, it's who and how. It's what you exactly says. Well, how you implement the things to be done. Imagine preventing fires. It's no fuel, no fire. It's easy. Super simple. Anyway, thank you so much. Stay a minute. Any question for Tristan on the Living Lab? We'll have some time to debate about what type of opportunities for Living Labs as a tool to convey this knowledge and to promote innovation. For me, one thing you said that the starting point is a common understanding of the problem. Yes, it's a focus on how to implement solutions based on existing knowledge, basically. You don't need to do a lot of research. But tell me something, what will be the biggest mistake that you have made or that we should avoid when planning a new Living Lab?
Oh, difficult. I don't know.
Stay with us, you can cancel later. If you leave now, we appreciate our response.
I don't know. I think we got very lucky that we have, the way as a coordinator, the way I built the consortium was I identified 5 partners in these 5 places where there were more candidates, so more places. And I asked those partners to bring in their ecosystem, because it's very difficult to start from scratch. Those, one in France we have FIBOL. FIBOL, it's a well-known organization that interacts with the places where they are. They have connection with the public authorities, the administration, the advisor. They are there. They're doing the work. So it's not starting from scratch, but also you don't want something that is too advanced, because maybe, for at least for the way we wanted it, we wanted to bring partners that were willing to kind of restart or yeah, get, you know, from the very beginning to learn, you know, what is our common understanding. And maybe if you identify a place where they have this interaction between multi-actor, but they are very structured, long-term, and the governance is very clear. So maybe they're not, it would not be that easy to have them kind of work on the project because they will have their own agenda.
No, very good. No, very good. So I think the recommendation is to start with a legitimate player in the region that has the good networks and connections, and so you can launch a living lab based on existing trust. I understand this. Tell me something in 30 seconds. What is the typical leader of the living lab? Is it research? Is it an NGO? Is government? Academia?
Well, we want generally in the other living labs I see it's mostly academia, but us we didn't want that, and I really let's say not struggle. I dedicated a lot of attention to identify partners that could lead bottom up living lab. So it's either civil society or small farmer organization, NGO. I looked for those things. So, but this is unique from Go for All, I guess.
Thank you so much, Zano. We will leave it here. We wanted to have this short introduction. You are there. Maybe you will be available for further contacts. So thank you so much for giving these insights on your living labs. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So now we have another living lab experience from SOILL project. So we have with us David Miguel Ribeiro. Andrea, you need to share the presentation. So you share your presentation, no? Yeah, perfect. Introduce yourself a bit. Thank you, and very helpful. We're very thankful that you can give us 10 minutes overview and some insights on what is your network of living labs that you are creating. No, we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Apologies, I could not join sooner. I was traveling. We just came back from the first General Assembly after the kickoff meeting, so we celebrated our first year this week in Athens. So I'm just trying to share my screen here.
Perfect.
Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Alrighty. So once again, thank you all very much for having us. My name is David Ribeiro Santos. I am an animal scientist working for Foods for Sustainability. We are a non-for-profit association based in Portugal, working with soil health and the implementation of regenerative agriculture systems. And I'm here today to talk to you about our project LAAS for Soils and our living lab eBear-Soil. So in this presentation, I'll give you insights into who we are, why we're doing what we're doing, and the steps forward in our project, since we are now beginning with the experimentation together with all the demonstration sites involved. So as most of you may know, so there's a large pressure on agriculture to mitigate the environmental impact that it has, mostly related, for example, with the emission of greenhouse gases. And this climate change is, of course, related with extreme weather events and lower precipitation, which are very serious indeed, regardless of where you are, but with particular incidents into the Mediterranean region, which is undergoing a faster rate of desertification, increased temperatures, and lower precipitation than elsewhere in Europe. So the project comes to study in which way the principle of carbon farming practices can be applied to mitigate this issue. Okay, so essentially what we want to do is to establish a link between farming practices that result into sequestrated carbon in the soil in different living labs across Europe. okay, across the Mediterranean, Europe, and Israel. And there are five main classes of carbon farming practices that we're considering, mostly depending on where we are. So we are working on peatland management, we're working on agroforestry here with particularly high incidence in, for example, the Montado or the Hesa here in Spain and Portugal, maintaining soil organic carbon on mineral soils by doing, for example, cover cropping, which is a practice that is now being widespread with the increased awareness on regenerative agriculture in the Iberian Peninsula. The livestock management in itself can also provide these ecosystem service by, for example, adapting sustainable grazing systems, and of course nutrient management by optimizing the inputs in our system. We will therefore reduce the need for these inputs in some way and consequently reduce the environmental impact of our operation. So these carbon farming practices will be tested in three different ways. We will first do a wet lab analysis of soils from the demonstration sites that will be working with us, and analyze a number of parameters that I'll present a bit more ahead. Then we will also test some sensors developed by MRV providers, so that we can establish a link between these new technologies or approaches and the classical analysis. And we will also use the Armosa model to establish some predictions, and that will evidently also feed on these two previous ways of testing these carbon farming practices there, which means using the data that is generated by them. So this will, as I mentioned, this is going to be carried out across the 5 different living labs that we have, which are here represented in this graph. So we have one in Portugal and Spain, which is the only one that is international, let's say, in the project, of which we, Food for Sustainability, are co-leaders along with ITASIL, the Agrarian Technology Institute of Castilla and Leon, this region with whom we are collaborating. Then we also have one in France, Italy, Greece, and Israel. I will be mostly focusing on the Ibersoil experience and to tell you a little bit of what we've been doing. But we also have these 5 living labs, with which I encourage you to engage. We also have transversal partners that are collaborating with us across the different living labs. We have, for example, climate farmers working with us, developing the business models for these living labs that are expected to continue post project. We also have NICER, an institute from the Basque country that is working with us to perform the soil analysis and establish the protocol that we will follow over the course of our sampling periods. And we will also have ECAF, of course, doing the policy side of it with us, working across this carbon farming experience. So in essence, all these stakeholders represent what we call the quintuple helix of innovation, which we try to always have in all the living labs of the project, representatives from academia, from the industry, from farmers, from policymakers, and also from civil society, so NGOs and the like. So this project is now finished its first year, and we will keep working until 2029, until August 2029. And until then, we have several activities planned. We will do some co-creation workshops with farmers to establish a community sense in them so that they can exchange experiences between themselves, but also provide their feedback to other types of stakeholders. We'll have training workshops in which we will provide capacity building materials so that they can improve the way that they're working and reach the results that they need. We'll also have these policy workshops directed at getting a grip into what people think about this carbon farming and if there is a future in managing carbon farming markets in a legislative framework. We'll also have cross-fertilization workshops between the different living labs so that this experience can go beyond the regional context of each of the living labs themselves, which is the main idea, for them to be regional and to work in their own context. And then we'll have replication workshops with also other sister projects that we have been engaging. We have now finished our first open call of the project, where we selected the farmers that were not included at proposal stage. We had some slots available, and we selected them, amounting to a total of 100 farmers that are working with the project, 20 per living lab. And we will now also have our last open call of the project for MRV providers fairly soon, in the next month or two, where we will call for these technology providers that measure carbon and or positive externalities associated with it to work with us and to be implemented into these real demo sites that we have, with some funding available for them to be working with us. So all these stakeholders are engaged following a common framework across these first living labs. So this first year of the project was a lot about stakeholder engagement and defining this framework for everybody to follow, so that we can work on a more or less standardized manner. Yeah, so this is done through using, for example, forms for collecting data, and dashboard generating softwares to present that data to make it available for everybody to follow. We had our first engagement event in around February of this year until April, where we had our first meeting of the Living Labs, and we invited the overall contacts that we have, and whoever wanted to be present, even some farmers that would like to apply to our open call were present there. And this amounted to close to 500 people that were with us, not only meeting each other and talking about the experience, but also providing this co-creation workshop, talking about the policymakers to the policymakers that were present, and also to MRV providers to explain their challenges. So to give you an idea, the whole project has close to 4,300 actors being influenced in some form by our activities, with a total of 109 stakeholders also that have been filling these stakeholder information forms to keep track of who they are, what they're doing, and how they can be working with us. We have more or less this spread here. You can see in the map, they're very well spread across the countries where we are represented. So we have lots of people from outside of Living Lab regions that are eager to engage and work with us. And in Ibersoil in particular, we have more or less distribution in farmers. So as you see, we have farmers from outside the Castilian region here to the right, and from outside Barabaixo, where we're working in Portugal, that want to be on the loop in the project. And these are farmers that are mostly farmers that do not breed livestock. We are talking about, for example, olive producers. We are talking about vineyards, and most of them are also not organic, which demonstrates to me an interesting trend that conventional farmers want to test these more sustainable production systems. And we actually, this was a general sense that we got in the GA meeting yesterday. This is something that everybody feels, is that these farmers are very eager to test and to get notions into where they can improve in a economically and environmentally sustainable manner. So to give you an idea also of the farmers, what the farmers are doing with us in Ibersoil. So we are now starting the period where we will take the baseline soil samples to analyze these parameters. And they will start after the baseline doing some, for example, cover crops, despite the fact that some of them are already doing them. So they want to extend the area of their farms where they're using cover crops, or also they want to increase the biodiversity of their cover crops, since this is a relatively new practice to most of them. They also want to improve the timing of the fertilizer application. So we are not talking only about ending these fertilizers, but doing a gradual reduction until optimally they can stop implementing them by making use of the available organic matter that they have in some of their farms. We also have these organic farms that apply organic farming. Here we perceive organic farming in general as being a carbon farming practice. Of course, it can be and it can't, depending on the organic practice that you're considering. But these organic practices include, for example, doing crop rotations. Lots of them do it, and they do it in rotation not only with a cash crop like maize, but also using cover crops or a winter forage that they can use for their own animals. And this is all amounting to close to more than half of the area that I mentioned to you before of the total project. So now we'll start doing this sampling. As I told you, we have now been in these last few months defining exactly how we will carry out the sampling protocol and what will be the parameters that will follow. So this protocol will be done using geographical stratification and using a composite sampling design where we will define a circle of around 5 meters of radius to do the sampling per strata. We will aim for 3 strata per demo site, each demo site having 1 to 5 hectares, and we will do this sampling in a random manner. So this is defined randomly by the software that we are using, which is in this case R. And the sampling protocol itself will be, of course, adapted to where we have trees, either being montado or traditional extensive olive production systems. We will do samplings that adapt to the existence or absence of the canopy. This is more or less the sampling, the analysis protocol that will follow across the project. So right now we will take the baseline assessment. So all of these parameters here to the left, from bulk density to pH, mineral associated organic matter, and even 16S amplicon sequencing, which in essence translates to the bacterial biodiversity of these soils. And then we will have another sampling by year 2. So we will skip year 1. We do not expect to have major variations in soil organic carbon in such a short span of time. We will do this measurement again in year 2 to be able to detect more or less a trend that we could have by having this measurement being done again on the 3rd year of collaborations with the farmers with us. So with that, I would like to thank you all very much for your attention. This is a QR code to our website. Please reach out to us whenever you want with either of our Living Lab leaders. We are very eager to collaborate, to exchange experiences, to do these webinars together and learn more from each other. So thank you all very much for your attention.
It's fantastic. Thank you. Stay with us for a minute. Any reaction, question, comment? Please.
Just wondering, you've said that the participants that you've got involved with the project are showing signs that they're interested in trying these new techniques, new approaches. I was wondering how much of that do you think is driven by those people seeing or wanting to deal with actual current problems, and how much is driven by perhaps a more, maybe altruistic isn't quite the right term, but taking a longer term view, perhaps being those sort of people and landowners who are perhaps more intrinsically predisposed to actually involving themselves with these kind of projects. So those who would want to do it because they're interested versus those who are doing it because they already see problems they need solutions for.
Yeah. So I'll try to answer your questions. There's a part here that I didn't hear very well, but if you need any further clarification, please let me know.
I can help. The question was if all the stakeholders, farmers engaged in the project in the different living labs, do they see actual problems that they need to solve, or they have, let's say, an intrinsic long-term view that this is good for them or for the planet? So they are facing concrete problems, or they are just altruistically or motivated. I will add a third question is because they expect carbon farming to produce revenues in the future. So what will be the motivation?
Okay, so first of all, in Ibersoil in particular, I'm not so much into the other farmers of the Living Labs, but in Ibersoil in particular, we have farmers that have tried carbon credit schemes and have not worked. They didn't like it, so they didn't use it. And we have farmers that are curious about it, but very skeptical, right? Because they already have enough paperwork in their hands. They all say this, and quite rightfully so. So that's the first point. So starting from the end. The other regarding what motivates them to participate, of course, there's an economic incentive, but to most of them, I would say that that's not the major point that they're looking for. They are located in a very dry region. I don't know if you've seen the fires that we've had in Portugal. It affected very much the region that we're working in. It was the largest fire in this century in terms of area, not so much in terms of losses or anything, but in terms of area, it was quite serious. So this is an area that is increasingly desertified. They see that the temperatures are rising, and with it also the costs of their inputs, because they need to increase the treatments to their land to answer increased pressure, for example, of phytopathogens. They also have been working with conventional tillage, and they see that increasingly they are losing soils. They are having very deep gullies and clear signs of erosion, and consequently they also have increased needs of fertilizers. So I would say that with the ubiquitous presence that you have of Region Ag in social media, and also the fact that we have these projects that actually go boots on the ground to the farm to tell them about it, they're starting to be open-minded to it, and they are starting to wanting to use these practices because they see that what they've been doing so far is not working. Also, there is the point of the way that the farming sector is organized. They see, for example, conventional companies. I'll give you an example just for you to get an understanding. We have a farm. It's not in this project, but we have a dairy farm that is using 750 goats, so quite a large goat herd for our region. And they have 20 hectares, so they have an abundance of organic matter. And still, the companies that go there to make their pastures, to sell their seeds, they still tell them that they need large amounts of fertilizer. And they are starting to see these inconsistencies between what they have in the farm and what these conventional consultants, let's say, tell them. And I think that this is also opening their minds to these issues.
Thank you, David. Straightforward, very interesting. More questions? Mark?
Yeah, how much is the interest in agroforestry coming up? I noticed some of the farmers are taking up agroforestry, but is it seen as a useful solution?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that it is a crucial solution in the Portuguese and Spanish context. We're talking about the montado or dehesa. I don't know if you know it, but it's essentially a silvopastoral system where you have, in the most traditional sense, a number of oak trees, cork oak and elm oak trees, that in a pasture essentially. So this system allows farmers to make use of cork, which is a major source of income here in Portugal, to them, as well as pasture for their animals, and acorns, which also feeds their animals, and it is quite important even for some traditional products, such as the Iberian pigs that are produced in these systems. So these systems are under increased pressure, not only from phytopathogens, but also other production systems that are more high yielding, talking mostly about, for example, intensive olive oil production is replacing some of these montado areas. It's a very drastic change in the landscape of, for example, of the South Portugal in these last few years. And these montado systems are not only necessary to keep, but also part of the solution to provide the farmers with multiple income streams, whereas at the same time they are more sustainable on the long term because it doesn't make the soils as prone to erosion, doesn't make the soils as prone to nutrient losses as these other conventional systems do.
David, but the question was also about if farmers do see this, because you said, yes, montados are needed, but do farmers see potential on different formats of agroforestry? Is the solutions that could be, let's say, taking traction, or still there is some resistance or skepticism towards?
Well, it depends a lot on the region where the farmer is located. If they have water available to them, they will often gravitate towards more intensive production systems that are more high yielding, and they will not care so much about the montado. But if they are in dry areas, like the ones where we are, they will be very, very up for it. And even we have some farmers that are working with us using the principles of Ernst Gotsch to, I don't know if you know him, the syntropic agriculture consultant that essentially advocates for multiple canopy areas of trees, shrubs, and pastures in a single system. So they are keen on. Some of them are very keen on trying these things. There is also an important point here that I don't want you to ignore, which is the lack of labor. So when we're talking about these regions of Beira Baixa in Portugal and Castilla and Leon in Spain, these are rural areas that have been depopulated in these last decades, and there's not much labor available. So farmers also need to consider mechanization and intensification to compensate for this, because they cannot find anybody, for example, to do this syntropic agriculture, which demands lots of attention, lots of work around the trees to enrich the soil with this leftover biomass. So this is something that they also struggle with.
Okay, thank you so much. More questions or comments? I have one final question for you. So before we had a different living lab, God for Soils, different projects that were telling us how important it is to start with a common vision. But from your talk, I see that you're working with farmers that they already have this understanding that something needs to be changed. My question for you will be, what makes a good living lab leader?
Well, I think, first of all, I think it's too early to say, because these living labs are just only now starting. We are still making our own path. But I think that a good living lab leader needs to hear from everyone and keep an eye on the goal. So we are, in our case, we are farmer-centric. That's a key piece in our project, and the goal is help them creating more sustainable systems. Of course, carbon is around this, and it is very much the staple of the project. But we cannot lose the part of stakeholder value. They need to extract value from the living lab. We need to translate the results that we get in a manner that are useful for everyone to use, so that farmers can inform policymakers on their struggles, and policymakers can more efficiently inform the farmers on what they need to do.
Very good. Very good. So I see. Good leader needs to have big ears like a donkey.
Yeah.
And be able to listen, and then to
Exactly.
be, let's say, to play this role of also representing the interest, understanding the interest, and not losing focus on the project, and this intermediary also between farmers and others.
It's
Okay.
essentially being able to speak these different languages so that the project can have tangible results and not just a checkpoint on the workshop.
So beef it tongue like the snake and big ears. That's great. No, thank you so much. Thank you so much, David. It's been a big pleasure. Fantastic overview. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so here we are. I plan to have some brief discussion on this living lab. But after lunch, we have Teresa will not be able to come. Also, our Lithuanian Living Lab, even if they are close to here, we are not coming finally. So have time, and I propose that we tackle this Living Lab issue so we can think about if we can work with this tool in the future, for example, with the incoming call. So let's have this discussion on the Living Lab potential for after lunch. So we can move. Yeah, we can move again. So be with us. We have 2 more presentations, this time on the toolbox that are coming from the research community for practitioners. So we have with us again, Anne. Thank you so much. But this time you are presenting the Holy Soil toolbox. No?
Exactly. This time we're going to focus on the applied tools. I'm sharing my screen again and then going into presentation mode. If you could quickly.
Yes, we see it perfectly.
This is always a challenge because I can't see my full screen. There we are. So, okay, we continue on holy soils and move back from farmers to foresters. So I have structured these toolbox slides into 3 sections. We start with the practical guidance, which is basically the same information that I already shared with you earlier today, just for you to note that it will be turned into public-friendly materials, so fact sheets and handbooks and those kinds of formats. And there will be one, and I will focus most of my time in this short presentation on the other elements because you've already heard this content. There will be one of these for guidance on climate smart forestry practice for different locations and contexts, outlining the different trade-offs and the different benefits of different methods or interventions compared to conventional or business as usual forestry practice. And the idea is that, of course, practitioners could be encouraged to use these tools, try out these tools, learn more about the principles in order to inform their management plans and enhance their forest productivity, as well as resilience and sustainability impact. So this is a very quick note that there will be a handbook coming by the end of this month on with guidance on how to implement climate smart forestry practices. Similarly, also already covered in the previous presentation, guidance is under development for disturbance management, including recovery management. Again, here, the idea is that practitioners can get full instruction on what is the most relevant approach that they can use in case they face a disturbance context in their forests. Now we will move on into the next set of guidance documents, or in this case, more like reference documents or resources that Holy Soils has produced. So the first one, by the way, I should say that I have alluded to all of these elements before, but I just want to highlight a little bit more detail about each of them. So I've already said that there's going to be a public web portal with soil information. You can see from the screenshot that this is already there as a demo version. It will go public by the end of the project, and you will find it under the links here. You can already see the second link is the demo version, so you can already get an idea of what is going to be there. So this will have Europe-wide maps on soil properties, forest soil properties in a high resolution. It will have very varied specific maps. Drained peatlands are mentioned, and there's the global fungi map that maybe you're already familiar with. And then in parallel to that, the map of forest soil microbial diversity and guilds, which is coming out of Holy Soils. And then a collection of maps about soil vulnerability to disturbances in Europe, and a collection of maps illustrating future climate resilience and carbon sequestration and storage optimization scenarios by means of climate smart forestry practice application. And then there will also be a collection of other materials like the guidelines for soil sampling that have come out of the Holy Soils project. So the idea is to create a platform of comprehensive information, and the platform is very much open to receiving links from other organizations, other actors in the field of soils science, but also practical materials that can be featured there and multiplied there. And again, the idea is to allow all kinds of stakeholders, including forest owners and managers, to inform themselves, to take reference to maybe what their particular local context may be experiencing in future scenarios, or how different application of different methods may affect their forests.
Anne, if you allow me 1 second.
Yes.
Go to the previous one. So one question for you. Any reaction on this? Any of this you find is useful, specifically useful? That's useful? Is maps, information? Very good. A second, the map of the peatlands, interesting. We also had a recommendation on management peatlands that maybe you can comment later. But I just one note. Everybody understand this guilds concept? You say map of soil microbial diversity and guilds. Very good. Great. Guilds. You know what is guilds in ecology? What refers to? The problem with soil biodiversity is that we don't know what it means in terms of soil health, what it means in soil function, if this is good or bad. You have changes, but what it means for the function of the soil. We don't know what these microorganisms are doing. You can identify them with DNA or some respiration tools or some phospholipid concentrate, but what it means for the soil functioning is difficult. So this is a field of research. Guilds makes reference to a group of species that have similar requirements and behavior, similar functions. For example, woodpeckers. So you have a guild of woodpeckers, or you have granivore birds. It's a guild. So they occupy related niches and they have related functions in the ecosystem. So these guilds is because if they tell us all this fungus diversity in soil, well, but if they tell you that these are nitrogen composers or these are phosphorus related, so then it starts making sense in terms of understanding their role. So this is just a note on the guilds there.
Quick question about the golden fungi statement. What kind of information is that?
And there is a question about this fungal database. If you can, what is in there?
So this is already live. So that can be actually found by Googling directly. It's currently not hosted on our platform yet, but it will be there. It's basically essentially a global map that you can search for different fungi species, including the edible ones, if you are interested in that, to find out occurrence in different parts of the world. So, of course, from the scientific perspective, the idea of that was to understand the soil element of that too. So all kinds of mycorrhizal fungi dynamics and so on. But actually, this database has been a very big public success because a lot of mushroom foragers also got interested in this. So that's available, and if you Google it, you will find it, and you can search specifically for fungi that you are interested in and find where they are occurring around the world.
Great. Let's move on, Anne. Thank you.
And of course, our colleagues are hoping that the microbial diversity in guilds maps will be just as successful and well received as the fungi one. But I
don't think so.
Okay, I will move on.
Yes, move.
So then, again, still in the category of reference tools, there is a database currently available through the Holy Soils website, the data section, and through the related deliverables of this soil vulnerability mapping that was carried out by the project that identifies how much at risk different areas in Europe are from future soil degradation of different kinds. So again, this is something where forest owners could consider checking out what their location may be exposed to in the future in terms of risks, and maybe then get informed about adjusting their management practices, their silvicultural practices, and so on. So again, very much a reference tool that can have practical value. And then this similar approach, a collection of maps, or we call it an atlas, of information about the impacts that climate smart forestry practices can have on different elements like carbon dynamics and other nutrient dynamics under different climate scenarios. And again, it's about practitioners being able to get informed about the likelihood of risks to their particular location, and in how far climate smart forestry practices may help address or even prevent these kinds of risks. So this concludes the element on the reference tools, and then we also have some applied tools.
And let's stop 1 minute here to see if there is any comment on this.
Yes, please.
Applied tools, map of risks and disturbances, the potential to increase carbon sequestration.
I have one question. Lithuania is nice because Lithuania is in this project.
Sorry, the question.
Lithuania also was in this project, and I see that Lithuania is in space.
On the map.
Yeah. It's a question of Lithuania. There is no info on Lithuania, even if there is partners from Lithuania in the project.
Sorry, say that again.
No, the question is that they see in this map that Lithuania has no info. It's
Yes.
black, no data. But there are Lithuanian partners apparently in the project. I don't recall.
Yes, indeed. That might be, sorry, I'm not in that much depth in this process, so I can't give you a guarantee, but that might be that there was no data received, or it might be that it wasn't received at the time that the deliverable, from which I have taken this picture, was produced, but it may still come before the end of the project. So I apologize for this. I don't know enough about this collaboration between the colleagues to be 100% sure which of these two it is.
Very good.
Tom has a question online.
Tom.
Yeah, thank you, Anne, for that presentation. I'm just looking at the focus areas in your slide. And one of the second focus area is lighter tinning to improve long-term carbon storage.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be combined with extending the rotation? Because we've done some work in Ireland, and it can only be on fairly stable forest situations, but obviously I think no tinning has benefits in terms of carbon storage, and probably lighter tinning as well. And we also looked at extending the rotation can have positive carbon benefits. Now, at the same time, then you need to look at, if there's a high proportion of forests with extended rotation, the balance between timber demand and supply for the processing sector as well. So there's kind of trade-offs there as well. But I'd imagine
yes,
it might be an option in some situations.
Yes, so again, unfortunately, I'm not deeply enough in the science of this, so I don't know exactly what they included here. But generally, the project, yes, very much also has a focus on recommendations about longer rotation periods. At the same time, of course, presumably partly because of the high demands, there is this element that, you know, we try to understand how to entice forest owners to adopt these climate smart forestry practices by acknowledging that there's not only cost for implementing, but also likely losses by adopting these, including from not harvesting due to longer rotation periods. But then that's basically where we're saying we need to address this as well, because we have this resisting group. Of course, the project is a research project that acknowledges the pressures, the real world pressures from consumerist demand, but at the same time, it tries to make recommendations about soil health from the perspective of the scientific. So you're totally right. In practice,
Yes.
there are some issues to confront afterwards,
Yeah.
even more
Okay.
these recommendations.
What I think is interesting is that any of these recommendations could be the subject of a living lab, because you need to implement them in practice with all the constraints. And now in our market conditions, you are going to more intense and less thinnings, because you don't have value for the wood and it's expensive. So the market trend is the opposite of what is recommended. So to solve this, you will need to have a lot of interactions and to see how this can be done in practice. So the living lab concept is, we know this is good, so let's see how we can do it. Okay, very good, Annie. Let's continue.
Okay.
Sorry for interrupting you, but I think it's good to have some discussions also.
No, that's great. That's great. So applied tools. There are two main applied tools that I wanted to highlight. So one is that on the basis of the research about soil processes and the findings from this research, a new soil module has been created to add to the I+ application. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the I+ application.
Who's familiar with the integrated network? Who is familiar with the app application? Nobody knows the integrated network? Okay, we have talk for the afternoon. Nobody knows on the integrate on the app.
So it's basically very briefly, it's a tool based on a network of study sites that are called telescopes that allows the simulation of the results of different management practices, like removal of trees, on a forest ecosystem context. It is a tool for learners predominantly, but it basically allows immediate illustration of the consequences of management decisions. And so far, it was mainly focused on kind of vegetation-related elements and particularly also about biodiversity elements. And now this new module that has been developed under Holy Soils allows also to gain insight about the effects of on soil and carbon content of soils. So this is something that is actually also fun to try out. So I encourage you to visit this as a website, which I will make sure in the final version of the slides that the link is not hidden behind the visual. And then also interesting, a model ensemble script, as we call it, has been created for forest soil simulations, which is basically an R-based script that you can use, or you can access it via an online portal, which you see pictured on the right, that combines a number of different soil models capturing different elements of carbon storage and gas fluctuations and nutrients and so on. And basically the user can insert either automatically accumulated and extracted data, or actually enter their own data into the system and find out information about, it's listed here, about microbial biomass, about soil structure, about all these hydrology, trophic networks, and all these elements, in order to understand the impacts of forestry management practices on the soil health and under certain conditions. So it's basically a tool that the user can enter their own information and then get an understanding on potential impacts of management on their sites. And of course, this can also be used by not only by practitioners, but also by sector organizations or so on, to understand more broadly what is happening or is likely to happen in the future if certain strategies are pursued over others. And then finally, there's also the soil monitoring protocol. We already talked about monitoring for a short while earlier, and basically, this is a set of methodologies for sampling and assessing soil properties. And this is what Holy Soils recommends. It is also promoted in a policy brief, as I said earlier, to be adopted across EU member states or beyond. And while a lot of forest managers maybe today are not doing soil sampling or assessment to a kind of deeper extent, it may be useful to get informed about it. It may be useful for everyone here. It's a great audience to have here actually to consider, is this something that can be applied across different countries, different locations to make soil monitoring uniform? And maybe eventually forest owners will also be expected to carry out these kinds of activities.
Very good.
And that's it. Just a reminder that, you know, this is the website, and the synthesis report does have all this information in for different target groups, so different levels of detail, different use cases, and so on. And please remember, it's not all there yet, but we will get everything up and available for you towards the end of the month.
Thank you, Anne. Thank you so much. Fantastic. Stay with us with a minute before the claps. Any questions for Anne? Any comments? Yeah.
When the project comes to an end, is there a plan for how the toolkit is going to continue to be updated and managed and ideally developed?
Short answer, no.
Yes, short answer, no. I mean, the online portal that I mentioned first, that is run by the Thunen Institute in Germany, that is something that will be maintained beyond the project duration period. I believe it could be 10 years. I might be mistaken. But so for this public-facing platform, there is a plan in place for longer-term availability. And as I said earlier, I mean, there is a wish to receive information to display there that comes from outside of the project. So this is one element, yes. In terms of the other elements, we rely on our researchers who are working on optimizing, for instance, the models and the simulation tools beyond, you know, funding from the project. But I don't think there's any kind of detailed and coherent plan for those.
Anne, but one thing we try to do is to let's say have some indicator or some assessment on the risk of these elements to being outdated and that they lose value. So for example, the monitoring tool is developed by the same people that is doing the German monitoring. Yes. So this monitoring approach will be kept because it's ongoing in Germany and there will be research on it and will be improved. So the monitoring will fly beyond that. But maybe other tools like this R code, if nobody maintains, maybe it's lost. So maybe we could do something will be interesting for project outputs, what is secure and what will be lost. I think it's very interesting. More comments from advisor's perspective. Any final reflection on this?
As I say, the integrate tool, I think we do know with telescopes.
You do know.
Okay,
you do know the integrate tool. But maybe we have time in the evening, we come back to this. So they have created a soil module to incorporate carbon impacts of the different thinning strategies, if it can be done. One thing that I will tell you is the role for advisors here. No, you see, we have recommendations, but then it needs to be implemented in real life with conflicts of interest. So there is a work to do there, because it's not a matter of what needs to be done, it's also a matter of how to do it. Who and how, what means, what cost, so this is something to keep in mind. And the second one I will say is that all projects have, this project has fantastic results, but also has limitations. So every project is a community, and every project is working with certain perspectives in certain areas and tackling problems from a different side of view, and they cannot tackle everything. So in this project, for example, in my personal opinion, mountain forestry is not captured well. And rotation forestry, in many cases, planted. So all these slope processes and all the issues related to road systems, to erosion, to inter-rotation cropping, all these things are not there. And a lot of the soil physics are less represented when you do machinery operations. So it's fantastic results, but it's not covering everything. So I mean, it's the role of the ones that We need to be aware that some recommendations are valid, but we need to also pull from other sources and consolidate.
Quite a bit of detailing, but I was just wondering if the climate smart forestry tool, whether that was able to be tested, and if so, where and across what regions?
Climate smart practices or the, yeah, it's about if these climate smart practices are still in, let's say, theoretical development or have been tested and validated in reality.
So there's a catalog of what's defined as the climate smart forestry practices, and different elements of them have been applied in these experimental sites that I mentioned in the first presentation, to observe their impacts on different elements that are relevant, like microbial activity, like moisture retention, and so on, right? So that's with the caveats I provided earlier about the time span. And also you saw, I mean, it's a collection of 10 countries or so 10 to 15 sites. Within those kind of limits, that's the testing that has happened, yes.
Okay.
Does that answer the question?
Yes, very good. Okay, I need to apologize. Thank you, Anne, so much. Fantastic. And I need to apologize with Javier Montellano from MB Soils, Academy for Soil Advisors, because we are making you wait. So thank you for being with us. But we thought it was important to go a bit deeper on the Holy Soils Toolbox. So you are presenting us. You are from Revolve organization, yes. And you will present us this Academy for Soil Advisors. Yes, please.
No problem. It was very interesting. Thank you. I'm maybe getting a bit sick, so I hope my voice is okay and everybody can hear me clearly.
Yes, very good.
So I will should I share the slides from my computer or do you share them from the organization?
No, if you can share them, it will be easier, so you can move around. It will be faster.
Okay. Yes, that's the... Yeah, if I can, sorry, I'm not used to sharing screen on Zoom.
Should be something red in the bottom.
Yes, I got it, but then I have to find my I have to find my screen so I don't show you my calendar or my emails, yes, or something else.
Or your family pictures.
Yes. Well, I have included a local picture in the presentation.
Very good.
Okay. View.
Is it okay, or you prefer that we share the presentation?
Yeah, I prefer if you share it because I sorry, I cannot find it.
Okay, no worries.
Also, if I go to a slideshow, then it covers all the screen and it goes blind.
Okay, so we share it for you.
Yes. Share it directly from the Google link that I shared with you because I made a little update.
Google link.
Could you share maybe the link again? Because
oh yes, I can even share it on the chat.
Yes, perfect.
So people can actually follow. Yes, here
Very good. Yeah. It was not red, it was green. On the bottom. Green sharing is post. Why? Don't put full screen, maybe. Maybe it's because it's full screen.
Yeah, full screen is.
Where is the presentation? Is this one? Let's exit.
Yes.
You see it? We see it now?
Yes.
So here, from here, you need to set it. Okay, good.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so NBSoil nature. Well, actually, the official title is Nature-Based Solutions for Soil Management, but in this case, maybe it's also fitting for soil advisors because it's very much focused on soil advisors, more specifically on the new generation of soil advisors. So here you have the website. Here you have my contact. And then Revolve is the organization leading communication and dissemination. But the project is coordinated in Poland by the Institute of Soil Science and Plant Cultivation. Next slide, please. So what we're trying to do is to integrate nature-based solutions in soil management. And then another challenge is that we as the soil mission, we're trying to embrace all these land use sectors. So that means agriculture, but also forestry, and then also what the soil mission calls post-industrial and urban sectors. So you can see here in the infographic that we have 6 main nature-based solutions. And they, which of course they can be combined and they overlap. And the idea is like to have a portfolio of solutions that then they can be applied to all of these sectors. Some of them maybe they're more common. Like for example, I heard in another presentation of the Living Labs that they were mentioning cover crops, which is here. We also have organic fertilizer, which is a little bit of it because it can take materials from all other sectors. For example, it's very interesting the biomass coming from forests to develop some types of organic fertilizers and mulch. Then we have cover crops. Then also paludiculture, which I think you have a presentation later on today, specifically on peatland soils. Then there's also bioremediation. The one which is more directly addressing forest is really general. It's forest diversification in age and species. And then blue-green infrastructures, which is very common in urban areas, but not only, because it can actually address any built environment, which we also find in rural areas. Next slide. And just to remind, what are nature-based solutions? We are following the UCN definition and also the global standard. EUCN is also the International Union of Conservation of Nature, and they're also a partner in NBSoil, and they're leading the policy work package. So actions to protect, sustainable manage, and restore natural and modified ecosystems that address societal challenges effectively and adaptively, simultaneously benefiting people and nature. So this definition, which tries to put a lot of concepts together, is basically about trying to find this balance and try to have this taking into account many different aspects and many different challenges, and identify the trade-offs and try to improve decision making by having a really broad and holistic picture. So next slide, please. In the case of forestry, the nature-based solution that or the kind of category, because this is more like a broad label, and then you can have many specific solution and management practice under it. Is forest diversification in age and species, and this is especially aimed for the cases where you find tree plantation monoculture, even not only. you probably know much more than me about this, but one big challenge is how to address all the diversity of forest, and especially when we use the term forest in Europe and globally, it can be so many different situations, both from an ecological, economical, social, and management level. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is a bit the question, and this is my family picture, because this is the land of well, this land is not owned by my family, but this is the area, which shows an interesting interface between agriculture and forestry. These are a few isolated holly oaks in an otherwise arable cultivated area, and then in the background you see the forest. Which is basically a pine plantation with different species from the 1950s in a reforestation effort done through public funds, public initiative to protect from erosion and also improve water management, water infiltration in the area. Which in a way it was quite successful, but then it was not maintained. So now we basically have trees that are growing very close together, and that's giving another problems. And what we see, these isolated trees, these holly oaks, they are protected. So this is not a kind of planned or designed, or is not really intentionally managed as an agroforestry system. But still, you have some trees in the middle of a cultivated field, and still the field, as you can see, it has some strong erosion problems. So it's a complex situation. This is in the south of Spain. The northern side of the Sierra Nevada mountains is around 1,300 meters high and pretty dry, like 450 millimeters of rain, much less the last years. This year has been better, and also it can be quite irregular. Next slide, please. So what does it mean, a soil advisor? Just a kind of general definition. But here, the challenge from NB Soil and the whole soil mission as well is, or one of the challenges of the soil mission is to expand this soil care and this soil advisory roles, including specific business models and practices, also to the urban and these post-industrial sectors. Because in agriculture and forestry, it's more or less established, especially in agriculture, and with what we have also found in NB Soil, and we are developing a specific mapping, resources and consultancy. Like we're starting now a survey with advisors, also to map the situation regarding soil advisory services, which is really different from country to country and even from region to region. One typical patterns is like, which is if there's still a strong, well-developed public extension service, or if it's more dominated by private independent consultants. And also, of course, there's the appearance of let's say, like alternative or emerging agriculture, especially agriculture consultancy, like you were also mentioning before, regenerative agriculture, permaculture, but also with use of new products, new technologies, etc. And of course, there's also the organic sector, which is well established, and it has its own soil advisors linked to it. So next slide. Yeah, these are some examples, like why are soil advisors needed in every sector. It's also really interesting to think about the connections, or also about these complex situations. Like, for example, you can have some peri-urban environments where you have a place where they interact very closely or the overlap, like industrial or post-industrial zones, urban residential areas, forestry, and agriculture. For example, one example is near the city of Barcelona, but I think you can find it in many places around Europe. Next slide, please. So the NV-Soil Academy is a 2 years training program. The aim is to have an immersive, interactive, and flexible learning, so it can adapt to many profiles. We are targeting both advisors which are already inactive and what we call aspiring advisors, which are people who are still not involved in soil advice professionally, but they have a background and they have the interest. This can be from practitioners, but also soil scientists, educators, and especially when we talk about these other sectors like urban and post-industrial, then it also opens to other disciplines, not only soil science and agronomy, but for example, architecture, civil engineering, especially when we were talking about blue-green infrastructures and nature-based solutions used, for example, to water management, to road management, to the infrastructures in urban areas. So we have 4 modules, and then the final project. The 4 modules. The first one is a general introduction to soil and nature-based solutions. The second one was actually focusing on participatory process, co-creation, facilitation, what would be all the soft skills, and even with a special focus and examples on living labs. And then the third one was about digital tools, mapping, GIS, remote sensing, ground sensors. And the fourth one, which was launched recently in this June, was about improving decision making. So it's the one dealing with business models and also policy frameworks, spatial planning. So this is a little bit all the kind of superpowers that this new generation of soil advisors should have. Of course, this is not intended so that an individual becomes an expert in all these areas, but it's also it's intended to provide a kind of some common ground for discussion and for collaboration. So when an advisor is tackling a complex challenge or a complex situation, they know a bit what is there and with whom they can talk, and which kind of expertise they might need. And this is a bit coming coming together with these final projects that the students which have completed at least the first level of each module, they can choose a final project. They will have mentorship available, and hopefully we will also invite them to use the resources to collaborate with other projects, and there will also be within NV-Soil some on-site workshops in the demo sites that we have identified, which are linked to each of these nature-based solutions. And of course, we can also spread among the students and the teams doing the final projects other activities. So the idea is also that the academy becomes a kind of multiplier for all these other for other tools and for that you are producing, and for all the other soil mission projects. Next slide, please. Yeah, another point, I think another very interesting point is to collaborate between projects, because in a way the soil mission is a little bit designed as if it was like a super project. Like we can imagine each of our projects as a work package of a really huge one. So for example, from our like generation of projects, NB Soil is the one addressing directly soil advisors and the soil advisory ecosystem. So one result which is related to communication and dissemination, and that we have prepared and we offer you to use, is this visioning cards, which are just very simple props containing important concepts about soil and soil health. So this is available both as a use like in icons, like for example, also to prepare a presentation or a poster or a skin or a diagram, whatever, and also eventually to print the physical cards and use them in workshops. So they're the sectors, they're the nature-based solutions we're working with, but they're also soil ecosystem services and the soil types, both the US Department of Agriculture system and the World Reference-Based system. That's the one used in Europe and also by the FAO. If you are interested, they're all available in the web page. And for collaboration, if you want to create your own cards or join them or use them in some way together, you can ask.
Where can we find the box with all of them? Because printing them home is something, but getting the box, something else.
Actually, the box is not available yet. But I write it down. We will prepare a box, like a special edition box.
Yes, we need a special box. Okay.
And then next slide, please. So this is a bit some questions for you, not necessarily for now, but when I was preparing this presentation and this interaction, like for example, it would be very interesting to know like how you are addressing this diversity of forest, like from kind of commercial monoculture tree plantation, which in many ways is very similar to an agriculture exploitation, to this kind of secondary unmanaged forest, which is quite common in the Mediterranean and especially in Spain, and it has another challenges, to these agroforestry systems or mixture of old growth or secondary forest which has grown in formal grassland, which I imagine it's probably the case in some places of Lithuania. Then from the different projects, well, of course, in the soil mission, everybody's addressing soil health, but especially how are you targeting the advisory sector? Like, for example, they are one of the stakeholders in all the living labs, and then every other project, like we saw with Holy Soil, you are producing tools which can also be very helpful for soil advisors at different level. And then also to identify some specific form of collaboration, because we are in our final year, some of you as well. So this is also especially relevant.
Thank you so much. But stay with us if you can a few minutes more.
Yes.
So
I can stay till 12 for sure. Okay. And you have the lunch break anyway.
Yes. For very important lunch break. Before we go to your questions, just put your questions. Previous slide there. Okay. So one question: how is this training delivered? Is it online? Okay. Is it university? Who delivers? And is it paid? Is it free? Is it regularly? How it works? This academy.
Well, nothing is for free. This is paid by Horizon Europe, of course.
Yeah.
Because it's done with
it. It's available. You have some dates. It's delivered online, physically. How it works?
Yes, the 4 modules I explained, they are online and they are through Moodle, and then they are complemented with on-site workshops, which are of course optional because they are offered with each of the demo sites. done by the partners. So, for example, in Poland, in Austria, in Spain, in France, in Netherlands, in Italy. And this has been quite a challenge. And then it also the challenge has been to create this very broad prototype. But hopefully some of these results and some of this further can be to create more specific or more national or region specific workshops, which still they share a bit the same concepts or structure.
Okay. Any reaction, question, comment to the NBS SOIL Academy? You find it could be useful for some colleagues in your?
It's of course, like any other project result, it's also everything is for you to adapt, and also one of the final deliverables with also a bit our experience in creating and managing the academy, plus all the content.
Very good. One question for you. In the context of for advice trainings and FOREXT activities, we saw that Anne presented us these soil modeling tool to understand modeling, or the Martelloscope soil module, or these visioning cards, or any of these tools. Would be interesting to have a more hands-on workshop to explore them, something that you find interesting. So maybe in a future we will find a way, because Javier, we also have a 5-year project to increase the skills of us advisors, network them, and fill the gaps in forestry. So we will have some resources in the future to maybe assign in the future, means in the next months, to organize some of more specific training on these aspects or review some of the modules. So things that we can. This is my answer to your last question on collaboration. Some of this.
Great.
Yeah, Javier, thank you very much. My name is Thematic. I'm from Czech University of Life Sciences, Prague. I just only wanted to express a big thank for this presentation and offer you the FOREXT network itself or its individual members for future cooperation. And as I see that you have a really very strong overlap with forestry, I'm pretty sure that the FOREXT member organizations can give you the, the cherry on the cake, application of your outcomes, results, and future, and also could be the future partners in other activities, future projects, etc. So if you can please check our webpage, you will see more about us.
Yeah, Radek is the chair of our advisory network. So
Wonderful, wonderful to know.
Everything, but we are offering collaboration for testing your tools, future projects also. So as a collective network or individual partners, so happy to be in contact.
Wonderful. If you go to the last slide, there's the website, and then there's a QR code directly to the academy, or you can also enter through the website as well.
Very good. Anybody would like to answer any of the other questions about soil health in your daily work? Or I think I said you can imagine, Javier, there is a big issue on closer to nature forestry, which in Commission understanding closer to nature means multi-species and diversity. So exactly what you are doing is what is advancing in this line. And so there's a lot of discussion in different countries, efforts to how to implement this. So definitely there is a lot of experience and insights on how this can be done, what are the barriers, the opportunities. So eventually we could share more information on this. When it comes to soils, I'm not that sure that we have to focus on soil health.
Do you have something like, because in the end, these concepts like closer to nature, forest diversification, it becomes a bit too vague because for me it can be so different. Do you have like something like, for example, to develop a bit of a reference of how a healthy forest should look like in a certain region? Also manage forest.
Yeah, I think so. I think there is a lot of work on this. you have some more compilations we can share with you. EFI has developed this analysis of closer to nature, what it means, how to implement, but many countries, you have a lot of support pages and research on this. I would say that the basic, the main difficulty is what is the baseline of what is a healthy or sustainable product. So European forests have been managed for millennia. So if your reference is a old growth, totally natural forest, then all European forests are degraded. If your baseline is a let's say already managed forest, it becomes different. So as you said, there are very different situations from. So you cannot apply criteria of old growth to a forest plantation on eucalyptus to produce pulp because it doesn't make any sense. One is more close to a crop, the other one is more. So I think the difficulty is to agree on some baselines when you add biodiversity and their concepts and the function. When it comes to let's say a system, and let's say a humanized system that self-sustained, then I think we have a lot. It's always a difficult. What is the perspective that you look at healthy and sustainable in a given region? So we need to. It's an important discussion. We need to move more in depth. But basically, a lot of knowledge of what is sustainable. There is some contradiction in terms of what is your reference?
We have a comment or a question from Tom online.
Yeah, please, Tom. And we wrap up because I think we are all hungry. So, Tom, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Javier, for your presentation. I might have missed this, but have you had feedback on the use, on the development and use of visioning cards in terms of how they are seen as maybe useful for getting messages across to different audiences? Have you had feedback on that?
So far, people love the icons for presentations, but it's like using them like in a real life context. It's more difficult. So together with another soil project, Curious Soil, which is about soil literacy that I'm also involved, we are thinking of proposing some kind of games, like using the cards. So it's a little bit easier. But think that these cards are to be used in a very, very, very basic context, like a basic introductory workshop. But also, especially these ones about the soil types and so on, they can also be used in a more advanced advisory situation, which was our intention. Like you can bring them to the fields, or you can give them around, and for example, you walk around the plot, and then you say, yeah, this looks like the soil type, which has which tends to have these problems. But yeah, if you want to try to implement them in a more like real life advisory situation, like we would be very happy to have the feedback.
Yeah, thank you.
Any comment online? Any other question? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the very fantastic presentations. Thank you for the introduction. It was a challenging session with so many online presentations, but I think you managed to create some lively discussion. Here we close the morning, and we close our, let's say, this track on collaboration with SOILL-Startup. Big thanks to the SOILL-Startup team that has many of my slides were based on what the startup has developed. And thank you for the Living Labs and other actors coming. We have a
feedback form for this part of the session.
Yes. So we have the form, but you also can express any thoughts or future direction or any recommendations for future, any critiques, whatever you think is we can improve. What is amazing is that we finish in time. Price myself.
I have one comment before we go lunch. After the lunch project, I have to leave, so I will not participate in afternoon and tomorrow. But I have one. I forgot to share with you one information. That season you will be organizing in May the conference, which is called International Forest Policy Meeting number 6, which is not very much directly connected with fieldwork. It's more related on forest policy, but I'm pretty sure that colleagues from BP2, from FOREXT, will present some preliminary outcomes of this forest policy meeting. So I will share the link. It's more scientific activity, but I can imagine that maybe you will find something interesting there. So I will share the link of this international forest policy meeting with Andrea. I will ask her to share it for the minutes, for the meeting. It will be
So that's Prague spring, the spring of Prague.
it's spring, yes. I think around 15th of
You can also date day.
15 of April.
it's 3 days conference, and I'll tell you the exact days. It's from 12 to 15.
It's
So
not
4 days.
TV, there is a
The
form.
last day will be start. Some of it started.
Next time we
We
TV.
participate like 100.
So we'll see.
Forestry policy and economics.
Please, no, more information. Please not please fill the form because our soil startup colleagues also will appreciate if you have made some impact. And we have time in the afternoon because Teresa is not coming. We have some more time, so we have some presentation on living lab but focusing on forestry. And then I think we'll have time to think about imagining what type of living lab we created in one of these courses in our network. So we can have some more debate on the tool, the tool. But anyway, was it okay? Am I okay? Good. Okay, so welcome back.
Thanks.
I cannot fix the camera in a position, so I know that being online, not seeing anything is not good. Let's see. There. This is a dangerous. It's not the best angle, but I will live with it. Okay, so welcome back. This morning we focus on resilience of soil health, and on the living lab concept. And the afternoon where we have more presentations on resilience in the, let's say, above the ground component, what it means. But we will have some change in the program. First, we'll have a presentation on integrative forest management in living labs again, part of the Transforming project, and we'll have with us Martina Kisik. So I'll give you the floor in 1 minute. But then Teresa Valdez, that we know how to cancel for health issues. Also, our Lithuanian Living Lab is not coming. So we will use this room to reflect on the Living Lab concept and reflect on the calls that are opportunities. So we'll have a half-an-hour workshop, see how we could address. So it's a way of reflecting on this Living Lab tool. And it links very well because Martina is going to talk to us again on a Living Lab. So Martina, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I hope that you can all hear me.
Yes.
Hi, everybody. So I will be presenting today instead of Diana Volatic. She is actually the leader of the Living Labs within the Transformit project, but due to unforeseen circumstances, she couldn't be here with us. So I'm gonna share my presentation with you, and I hope that you'll be able to see it full screen. All good? Okay, so.
Now it's perfect.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so as you already said, this presentation will be about the living labs within the Transformit project. Transformit project is actually an acronym for Transforming Forest Management for Multiple Ecosystem Services and Nature Conservation via the Integrative Approach. This project is funded by Horizon Europe Research and Innovation Program, is led by European Forest Institute, and together with 15 other institutions, we are trying to improve and showcase the effectiveness of integrative forest management as a viable pathway for merging biodiversity conservation and societal demands. So this aim is really ambitious, and we try to make an example of integrative forest management through 7 living labs. Living labs are real-life forest spaces that we use to showcase integrative forest management in action. Next presenter, Teresa, is also part of the Transformit project, and she will also tell you more about living labs and how they are applying this concept in Spain. But to be more precise, these living labs are selected to cover different ranges of cases within forest management, different challenges, different opportunities, and they serve like a hub for knowledge exchange, capacity building, and collaboration among forest management, nature conservation stakeholders, researchers, policymakers, and local communities. Within the Transformit project, we tried to combine different objectives. So at first, to establish a network of 7 living labs. Our project coordinator called them backbone of this project. So this was one of the most important tasks within the project, to have a living network of 7 living labs. And then we wanted to complement the living labs within a network of satellite demonstration areas. So these are like complementary cases you'll see in a few slides. And then when we established this network, we wanted to ensure a streamlined data and information from living labs and satellite demonstration areas to VPs, to have this communication between real-life examples and the project. And then in the end, when we established all these networks, we wanted to identify enabling and hindering factors to IFM approaches in living labs, with a series of interviews with living labs representatives, in which they shared their perception of IFM and how they are implementing them. So first, we needed to set up this network. This network is consisted of 7 living labs throughout Europe. So you can see here from north to south, we have Finland, Spain, France, we have Switzerland, Austria, Czech Republic, and Croatia. Here are some basic information about the name and also some photographs, just to show you the diversity of cases that we managed to gather within this project. You can see here that all these areas are different, so from 200 hectares to 30,000 hectares in Catalonia. And also guiding management principles within living labs are different. You can see here that we have rotation forestry in Finland, we have close to nature silviculture, sustainable forest management, close to nature silviculture, so different approaches, but within the same concept of integrative forest management, because we believe that integrative forest management is not just one concept, it's multiple concepts. For you who want to maybe see more about these living labs, how they are different or similar, I'll not go through each one of them, but you can see here that they are really different, from main goals to ecosystem services that they focus on, and also forest types. We have pine forest, also mixed broadleaf and coniferous forests, so different ranges of forest types, also as we seen in the slide before, guiding management principles, and also different challenges. So we established this network not just to learn from good examples, but also to learn more about what challenges these living labs are facing. And within the Transformit project, we had different activities with living labs, with representatives of stakeholders of living labs, so different events and meetings, from initial and local living lab meetings to international living lab meetings, different workshops, capacity building where we tried to share the knowledge between the living labs. And also we try to have as much excursions and exchanges between the living labs as possible. So to engage the living lab stakeholders in different activities, to have different living labs communicating and learning from each other. And then we wanted to have additional cases because, as I said, integrative forest management is combination of different principles, and we managed to establish a network of satellite demonstration areas. You can see on the map here, all the green countries have either satellite demonstration areas, these are the light green, or satellite demonstration areas and living lab. These are countries colored in dark green. They are different climatologically and biologically. They have different type of ownership, so they can be private, state, university, or municipality forests. So we are talking about the satellite demonstration areas now. Also different range of areas, but they all implement some form of integrative forest management, whether they are focused on biodiversity protection, multifunctional use, providing a range of ecosystem services, establishing new habitats, or producing high quality wood. And we can say that this network is pretty broad. And I think that the collaboration that we established within this work will keep this project moving forward. So these are some messages from satellite demonstration areas on how they are perceiving integrative forest management. We had a series of meetings with representatives of satellite demonstration areas, and you can see here that they perceive integrative forest management as timber production without compromising biodiversity, or combining forestry, nature conservation, and recreation in urbanized areas. So again, a different range of different cases. The second task within this work package was to have interaction and data flow from living labs to the project, because living labs are in the field, they are doing day-to-day work. Within the project, we had some expectations, let's say data needs from the living labs. We organized one-to-one meetings, so work package to living lab. Also, we prepared some data collection protocols, and we tried to have this communication from living labs to work package and back from work package to living lab, going through our network, through VP4, to have this clear communication, which in the end served really good to the project goals. We had clear time frame for data provision. We had clear type of data that we needed, so we communicated that to the living labs. And also we had responsible institutes or person, living labs representatives, who handled this communication from the project perspective to the living lab representatives and stakeholders. And in the end, we wanted to dig deeper in enabling and hindering factors, opportunities, and challenges for approaches of integrative forest management within living labs, because we now have this established network that is living, that is communicating. And first, we asked living labs to define for themselves the challenges that they face in integrative forest management implementation in their day-to-day work. And also we wanted to collect an in-depth information, because we perceived that they have different perspectives on IFM implementation, therefore different challenges, but also different opportunities. In the end, we conducted interviews with all 7 living labs representatives, and these are some of the take-home messages. So the integrative approach is a good way to balance various ecosystem services, but balancing comes with a cost. Decision support tools, which you will be also hearing about today, offer support in balancing, but they still require further development, and we still need to maybe present them better to the people in the field. Also, we need to adapt decisions to the local context. So each living lab has its own different challenges, and they need to bring different perspectives to their forest management. Therefore, decisions can be different. Also, we noticed that there is a need for better coordination between different institutions within a living lab area. Also, legal frameworks and bureaucracy can be a double-edged sword, so they can be a good way to guide you in your management, but also they limit timely interventions, which you are probably all aware of. And if you remember, the aim of the Transform It project is also balancing forest management with societal expectations. Social acceptance is sometimes a challenge for implementations of integrative forest management practices in living labs. So this was a short overview of how we established a living lab network within Transform It project. Also, what we did up till now. So the project started in 2024. We are now halfway through. I think that it will end in 2027. So what we managed to do up till now is to have this living network, to have communication between living labs, also between living labs and the project. And now we try to build on this network further for all our project goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Martina. Also, greetings to Diana. Stay with us a minute.
Sure.
Questions, comments? I have one question, Martina.
Yeah.
So now Commission says we need living labs, and we all create living labs with projects. And we say, wow, our living labs are fantastic. But now, in your personal perspective, do these living labs really work? They add value, or they also have limitations? What is your feeling on the living lab structure in this type of project?
Well, we have a network of 7 living labs, which is not a large number, to be honest. But this small number actually allows us to be flexible, to have a clear communication, and to utilize the concept of living labs. From our perspective, I think that this approach was really successfully implemented up till now in Transform It project, and I hope that we will be able to work with all these people that we engage in this project further.
And of all the stakeholders you have in the living lab, what are the ones that are maybe difficult to engage? So how you engage all these people? They come to your meetings, they contribute through surveys or interviews, but how do you reach them? For example, maybe they are forest owners. Are they active and willing, or it's more the research, the NGOs? How will you value this?
I think that Teresa in the next presentation will be talking about how to engage private forest owners. We've been in Croatia dealing with state-owned forests and state-owned forest management company. So we had more of a bureaucratic job to establish a connection and communication with foresters in the field. But yeah, maybe the nature protection was the hard part. Those are people who usually do not engage very easily in these kind of activities. But yeah, with some persuasion, I think that we managed to get them on board also.
Very good. Thank you for this. Any other comment? Question? Okay. Different reference of living labs coming from a different perspective. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
So now I think we need to change a bit the schedule because Teresa is not coming and also what very enough. So I propose you to do an exercise of thinking on a forest living lab. So you four are a group, and then maybe here we have a group. Okay, and I want you to reflect now, and maybe the online colleagues, in a minute we can put the our micro out. So your online colleagues, you can also become a group, those are your online. So I propose you an exercise of 20 minutes. Very simple exercise. So I want you to think of a challenge in the living place. I want you to think what will be the objective of the living lab in terms of the challenge. To think of 3 partners you would like to have around, develop this. And maybe you have time, you can say, in what other regions of Europe this will be relevant. And finally, the price is for the title.
Not the question number 3. Partners, we are thinking on the national level or international level.
Whatever, 3 partners that you would like to have with you. If you think in the living lab, in the living lab, how should we create the living lab? Have it nationally, but the partners could be put there. Think about that and then you can think of other regions, could be institutions, but you can think this is relevant also here and there. See if we create a project. But focus on the living lab idea and see if it makes sense for you. But think of a key challenge to solve. What would be the objective to achieve? And then who you want to collaborate with. The rest is for the high score. Clear regional regions and a good pipeline. Can you do it? Move. Go. Move. Yeah. Excellent. 5. And online, you can also work. And if you stay there, we will send the results. I will put you on. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Ignacio, could
Hello.
you repeat the instruction? Could you repeat the instructions
Hello, can you
there?
hear me?
Hello, Ignacio.
Hello. A small exercise. This is thank you for engaging in this small exercise. This is a bit more structured what we do in these clustering events. When you analyze a call and then you get in groups, you discuss what can be done and you start incubating a consortium. So this was just a sneak preview of this type of exercise. Thank you much for engaging. Maybe our online colleagues would like to tell us something about their idea for the living lab. I don't know if you were able to work together or not. Let us know.
I'll say a few words, Ignacio, and maybe my colleagues Adriano and Bjorn can come in along as well.
Perfect.
Okay, so we're looking at, well, the organizations represented by the 3 of us, which maybe might have the makings of a living lab. You were asking for 3 parties. So the topic we came up with, which I think each said would be relevant in their own countries, was to investigate approaches to reduce resource inputs, forest resource inputs, and leverage natural processes in managed forests, with a view to also considering the impact on soils and soil health. So we feel the soil component is relevant in terms of it could be soil carbon, it could be soil moisture, maintaining soil structure, and the approach of reducing inputs would look at natural processes like natural regeneration. So maybe an example would be thinning of a managed forest in a way that will encourage maybe regeneration, maybe in groups or in coops. and maybe reducing the whole requirement for clear cutting. So you're harnessing these natural processes, reducing the inputs, and looking at the effect on the soils and other variables within the forest. You could also be looking at.
So that would be the objective, to have reduced input forest management in planted forests, peatlands, or?
Yeah, well, it could be in Ireland's case, like we have a related project ongoing at the moment. It's transforming a uniform spruce forest into over time into continuous cover.
Okay.
So we have a project there in place at the moment. So what else were you looking for there? The three regions in Europe. So we were possibly looking at Ireland, Ireland and Finland and Norway, and more specifically the opportunity to set up living labs in those three countries with the respective organizations. So in Ireland, we have our organization is Research and Advisory. In Finland, Luca doing the research, and then there is the whole extension side. And in Norway, Bjorn and his organization are involved in advisory, but they already are collaborating with research entities who would also join in this process. So you'd have Ireland, Norway, and Finland, and maybe looking at the effect on different areas. What are the components and how to deal with them?
Very good. I think these living labs are more about validating an impact than research, pure research in terms of measuring impacts. Is more or less validating that you are creating impact, I would say. So no, I will do something and see what happens. I think, okay, I'm reducing carbon emissions. I will see if this works, to what extent. No? But okay, very good.
Yeah.
And the title?
Well, just as I said here, it's probably long-winded. Investigating approaches to input reductions and natural processing and leveraging of natural processes in managed forests.
Very good. Okay, very good. Any comment? Interesting. Want to join?
Can I, Ignacio, can I just ask you, when you like within these living labs, I presume there may not be full-scale research going on, but there would be monitoring of.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, it's more monitoring than
Yes.
applied research.
I think so. It's more of valorizing research and putting research to practice, monitoring. But you can develop new tools. You can use. You have some capacity for developing, but should not be the focus, I will say.
It's research innovation.
Yes.
And I'd imagine there's capacity if there's actually ongoing, if there's research ongoing that could be incorporated. Research colleagues could incorporate or collaborate into these living labs if they have already work ongoing on it and insights.
But Milan is right. I was telling before, we did a scene here because normally you will read the call in detail before doing this. I have just read the title, but Milan was pointing to this research and innovation component. So this means that there is room for research. But we need to read the call in terms of in one area, because Commission tells you always what is the problem and how to address it. So it tells you the scope.
Yeah.
So you need to do research in this and that, or new solutions in this area. So you need to read carefully in what areas you should only use knowledge, or in what areas you can develop new knowledge. But yeah, basically you could have some. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Good. Any from all the colleagues? Any additional comment? Who will coordinate the project?
I nominate Bjorn.
We have a consortium working.
Let's discuss about that in a late night.
Yeah, yet to be decided, I would say.
Yeah, but I think at least the questions are absolutely relevant due to this northern situation with colder weather than in south. And there's a number of questions here that absolutely are relevant for us regarding these kind of questions.
Very good. And not always bringing the mountain context. It's also different from the
Yes,
flatland.
I agree. Very worth to build up this consortium.
Very good. Okay, let's move. Let's have to go. Maybe you can come here, so only you're closer to the micro.
Okay. So, when we were thinking, we chose the one, and well, one of the objective or the challenge that came right into our mind, soil damage, so by having machinery when within the managed forests. So this is our challenge: how to reduce and how to evaluate the damage that is caused by these harvesting machines or different during the different management operations. So the first of our objective is to find a tool or methodology to evaluate the actual damage that is caused. So maybe one of the outputs could be the methodology for evaluation that is practical also for the researchers and like the common land users or owners, tractors. And also the actual reduction. We were thinking, because there is an innovation, also that one of the potential partner could be someone from the private business company, maybe some harvester company, for example, and together we can work on some innovative approach to reduction of the damage that their machinery causes. So, and the third objective is to raise awareness and to foster the transfer of knowledge, because it's not it is not research is really important, innovation also, but when they are not transferred to practice to the actual users and owners, it can be a problem. So also working with the communities that are involved around the area. For the partners, since we were mostly like my country and colleagues from and we were talking about research institutions for both countries, actual practitioners, and as I said, private business and advisory provisioners. And the title, we decided to go with sustainable harvesting, minimizing damage.
Wow, fantastic. I will give you one we wanted to bring here one of the cases, which is a monitoring tool precisely for measuring damage of machine operations in forestry. I developed it with colleagues years ago. They continue.
Wow, idea.
No, but in Back to the Future. But actually, we stole the idea from the Canadian Code of Best Practices. So they have a visual tool to monitor with sampling methods, and then what we did was validate visual damage in the lab. So, but I think this is a fantastic topic. But they could not come. They have developed this and tested. They couldn't come, but you have colleagues working. This is a fantastic topic, and it's one topic that is missing in the soil missions for now. It's a new area. So one of the key damages of forestry is forestry operations. And when you go to continuous cover, you need to enter more often to the forest. So if you're not careful with the roads, continuous cover can be more damaging than for soil, even than clear cuts, if you manage this as well. And this is something that is totally out of the picture of holy soil, for example, or many others. So they think that you every 3-5 years you go with machines inside, but it means if you don't plan the road network, if you step everywhere, because just last comment from my past, you know that when you use machinery in the soil, in the first pass you can do 60% of the damage, in the second pass you do 85, 90, and the rest doesn't matter. So if you step everywhere, you are damaging everything. If you always travel your machines in the same path, you do much less damage. And of course, depends on many other issues, water content, so many things. But anyway, this is a fantastic topic, very close to the heart, but you presented very well, and I think it's a winning one. Good. Comments? Have a coordinator already? No, but this is one that you should pursue. So this is there's colleagues in Florence working on this. These other colleagues, and this is a topic to really pursue or to put in some projects. I really like it. It's out of the radar. More group? Another group to report? Who wants to report?
Well, we will join, huh?
Yes.
So we started for the first proposal, we started by presenting some examples in our countries, and we finally agreed that we should focus on the synergies between the forest and the vicinity of the forest, being natural or semi-natural lands that are used for other uses. So we are thinking about trying to measure what is the forest presence effect on the soils in the vicinity, or even afforestation will do to the lands that are no longer used. We started from an example in Romania, where in a well-certificated area, afforestation brought soils back, management of forest, advisory companies to management planning and do other type of.
So the challenge is? The
challenge would be the quality of the soil
in
abandoned lands and in the forest, and the link between the forest and the other land uses, something like that. And we thought that maybe we can have this cross Europe, because we have these type of situations both in the northern part and in the south. The partners should be, we have owners of the land, treasury bodies there. We also can have researchers, practitioners all together, but not only in one place, but in many other places in Europe. So we saw that it's not only for one region, and for many others. Okay. So all regions will be there, and the ChatGPT gave us some titles.
Efficiency.
Soil synergies, using managed forest ecosystem to improve soil health across land uses.
Broad enough. No, very good. Fantastic done. Okay, so we have moving to continuous cover from plantations, we have machinery impacts, and then we have issues related to quality in abandoned managed lands. Last, we have another group there.
Okay. No, I hear Romania. We try to face the first goal and try to tackle the different perspective. Okay, the challenge is how to exploit and to widespread the ecosystem services that forest and soil provides. Okay, because from my own opinion, I'm sure that we need to bring people back in forest and bring people back in mountains. Okay, but I'm not sure that we do need another tool that measures carbon stock. We have those of them. So my opinion is that we should try to face a different kind of living lab in which we involve other people, which involve private companies that can, for instance, buy ecosystem credits, because we have everything is ready regarding the technical and scientific point of view, but the civil society is not. So I think that we should invest some money in a different kind of approach, because when other people buy and vote and.
Challenge is clear, objective. We need to go to the coffee break, so I'm pressing.
Yeah.
The objective.
Yeah, that is try to test. For instance, with private company, how the ecosystem credits, ecosystem services can be evaluated in the real market, in the real world. For instance, try to involve them as a project partner and not as an external stakeholder.
Healthy soil credits, fantastic. Yeah, that is what clarity is going on. It's a very good idea. So you have clear objective on with working on this not to credit
It's
area.
not a technical perspective, because I'm not a researcher.
What 5 minutes would you need?
A company that is completely out of the sector is not for starters or anything about it. But a company that can be interested in invest their own time in test the solution and widespread it through their own communication campaigns or
Two more partners. Another 2 partners. right?
another 2 partners. Of course, some institutions, of course. And the one of you, of course.
That one is us.
The most important. But some non-profit organization, some educational organization that can reach young people.
Title?
Reconnect.
Okay. We have a proposal here. We have 3 very relevant topics: complementary, network in Europe, living labs. You reach urban owners. Imagine that you also tackle urban owners. Missing forest owners in cities, which is a critical issue. You have the abandoned lands and you have the close to nature and you have the machinery in mountain areas, I can imagine, but also in Canada. That's fantastic. So now we need
to explore the meeting list.
But with that, I think with ChatGPT we can. Okay. Okay, let's go for coffee and we come back to next in-person presentations. We're tackling the health status of Lithuanian forests. Thank you for being online. We are coming back in half an hour. Can you hear us? Can you hear us online? Hello?
Yeah.
You are there. Okay. Perfect. Okay, so we are approaching the final. Right? I don't know how you say it. Okay, final segment of this workshop. So first we have 2 presentations about the status of Lithuanian forests. So first we have Kęstutis.
So you pronounce very good. Don't try this one.
The Forest Sanitary Protection Department of the State Forest Service. So to give us an overview of the phytosanitary status of forest in Lithuania. So please.
Hello, I'm very pleased to be here. It's really nice meeting. I'm very surprised. So greetings. I am working in State Forest Service and Division of Forest Sanitary Protection for many years, and we will present the main forest damages in Lithuanian forest in the last decade, what we are facing. Okay, let's try to move. Oh, smooth. So a little bit figures and numbers about Lithuanian forest. State forest, like 1 million hectares, mostly managed by State Forest Enterprise, and private forest also about 1 million hectares. And we still have 5%, about 100,000 hectares of state forest, but reserved for restitution and only partially managed by State Forest Enterprise. So you can't do clear cuts, only sanitary cuttings, no thinning, so mainly damages, tree removal. And I guess it will take another 10 or 20 years to move those 100,000 hectares to any direction, maybe to state forest, maybe to private. I'm not sure. But the situation in those reserved forests is not very healthy and good. About 3 species, main 3 species is pine, 31% of stands are pine stands, Pinus sylvestris, and spruce, Picia habeas is in the 3rd place nowadays. In the last decade, it fall to 3rd place, and now in 2nd place is birch, Betula pendula. So now we can see that spruce is declining, and more data about that coming later. We also have aspen, both alder, black and gray, some oak, ash almost non-exist. Big declines in last 20 years. We had like something like oak, 2.5%, and now have only 0.5%. So, and it could be even less. And about forest damage in last decade, mainly in state-owned forest, because we get best data from state-owned forest, from state forest enterprise. They have obligation to provide data about the damages they saw in forest. And what is criteria for damaged forest is plot must be bigger than 0.1 hectare, and at least 10% of trees had to be damaged. And what is damaged tree? It's more than 25% of defoliation, or tree canopy crown damage. Let's say if snow broke 25% or more of tree crowns, it is a damaged tree. And of course, bark beetle attacked trees, game animal damaged trees, wind, snow, and fire damages on trees. And state forest enterprise workers have to register on stand level in online journal all damages they face on forest. And we have online journal since 2015 on stand level. Before that, we have data only twice a year, and accumulated data from different state forest enterprises. Now we have just one state forest enterprise. 10 years ago, we had like 42 state forest enterprises. Now they accumulated one state big forest enterprise, but they still have 26 regional divisions. And what we face in the last decades, I will talk mainly about sanitary cuttings in state forests, and in 10 years, insects damaged almost 2 million cubic meters. It is first place, 66% of all damages, and abiotic factors, more than 500,000 cubic meters, 24% of all damages, and different fungi, mainly root rot, damaged not so much, only 2,600 cubic meters. So we can see the main problems are insects and abiotic factors. And if we take a look in the recent decade, we see that insect problems became bigger and bigger from 2021 and reached peak in 2023, and a little bit less damage last year. And abiotic factors are more stable. Every year we get from something like from 30,000 to 100,000 cubic meters of forest damaged. but it's, as I said, quite stable and no really big damages like a million cubic meters per year in the last decade. So abiotic factors, not a huge problem in last decade. And the most damaging factors, of course, from insects point of view is European spruce bark beetle, Ips typographus. It's damaging factor number one, if you count not only the last decade, but whole damages. We have the data from 1968, so it's like 60 or 50 years of data. And this bark beetle done more damage than other factors together. So it's the main problem in Lithuanian forest. And that is why spruce stands decreased in the area. And from abiotic factors, of course, wind is number one damage, but as I showed in previous slide, not big winds in last decades. We should knock the wood because this morning I read some big storm coming to Europe. I hope not to Lithuania. And more data about Ips typographus. Biggest damage so far was registered in 1993, 1997, and peak was in 1995. Over 3.5 million cubic meters of dead spruce trees were recorded. But now we are facing second biggest outbreak. Not as big as before, but the biggest in the last in the last 25 years or even 30 years. So we had a very quiet period from 2005 until 2021, and in 2021 something happened. And the strange thing is, because dry and hot years were 2018 and 2019, and only after 2 years, so 2 years later, a big outbreak of Ips typographus came. Some scientific research confirms that bigger Ips typographus outbreaks will come after 2 or 3 years later, after a big dry, hot period.
Did that happen in the 90s? So a dry period before?
No, it was combined. It was period in Lithuanian spruce stands, so it was combined with a lot of wind damage and drought and hot periods after that 2 years in a row. So it's double. This time we had no wind damage, but we had hot and dry summers in 2018 and 19. But we had a compensation of rain in 2017, a lot of rain, like 2 times more rain than usual. So it's compensated 2018 drought a bit. And our division specialists have to check every lot bigger than 1 hectare and to say yes or no, sanitary clear cut can be done. So yes.
What is the threshold for these sanitary cuts?
No threshold.
No.
You can cut 100 hectares. But we have no such a big damage in one plot.
But for the damage, is 5% damage, 10%, 20%?
Oh, okay. I threshold. Yeah. It's have to be if we have 100% healthy stand, so 60% of trees should be dead. So let's imagine healthy stand, and if he loses 60% of trees, it can lose in couple years. So, but if we arrive and only 40% or less trees are left from imaginary healthy stand, so we declare it can be cut as a clear cut. And for now, in couple last years, we changed regulation for spruce stands. Spruce stands can be cut if 50% of trees are damaged. So it's because no point to leave such a stand for later. So more than 1,000 hectares were affected by Ips typographus in different 600 plots, and you can see in whole Lithuania red dots. It's damaged by Ips typographus. Of course, we have in addition a lot of not a lot of, but quite many wind damage, like 400 hectares were clear-cutted due to wind damage, and even more Ips typographus progression after that. But thanks God, better summer came in 2024, and Ips typographus damage started to decrease, and only 600 hectares were cut due to Ips typographus damage, but those areas are larger than 1 hectare. And this year we are even more happy. If we make it quicker, we can see how it changes. Really different view, and 3 times less clear cuts in this year, because we have normal Lithuanian summer with a lot of rain and then quite low temperatures if we compare with last decade. And we provide online information about Ips typographus damage in different municipalities of Lithuania, because if Ips typographus damage hits over 25,000 cubic meters in that region, some restrictions are applied, and some cuttings can be done more easily, and permissions are given more quickly in those black areas. So in 2024, we had 5 different regions with damage over 25,000 cubic meters damaged spruce, and this year is situation more better. We can see less red and yellow color and more green colors this year.
One question: in these black areas that you have these years, what is the reason? Is population dynamics of is soil, is weather, is?
It's mainly soil. Very good topic for today. And of course, a little bit different climate conditions.
So there is some nutrient deficit of.
Yes, we planted spruce trees in soil that is not very suitable because of game animal damage in Soviet times. We were occupied by Soviet Unions, and big people want a lot of game animals to hunt in some areas. And it was very hard to plant pine on those soils suitable for pine, and they planted spruce because it was not so damaging by game animals. And now we have a problem. Those stands were growing very, very well in like 40 years, in 50 years, but now they are declining because of climate change and droughts. So main reason is lack of nutrients and water deficit. And we are doing population monitoring all over Lithuania and provide data online too. We have published data of the last 10 years of our monitoring, and every forest owner can click on red dot and see what is the population and compare population with different previous years. So we are trying to inform forest owners as well as we can about situation in their regions, about the damages in different regions, and about population in regions. And we're posting online news every 3 weeks because we're doing population count every 3 weeks, and we're informing every 3 weeks on our website about situation Ips typographus population situation from May to September. So you can see here that in the western part of Lithuania is the lowest population, and in the rest part of Lithuania it's twice bigger population. So population is still very big in the most part of Lithuania, and we also Okay, And what is sanitary protection measures? We have obligation to cut and remove from the forest green spruce trees severely damaged by wind or snow, and spruce trees infested by Ips typographus until pupa will form. And we have to protect timber from April the 1st to October the 1st. So you don't have to protect timber today anymore, but it's not very wise. And I check a lot of scientific literature, and the conclusion is there is no magical wand about Ips typographus damage. Not much can be done in short terms, but future projections could be more promising. We have to reduce spruce cutting age in final planned cuttings, planting and forming mixed stands, and maybe in the future we can use early detection of Ips typographus damaged stands. And the last slide is about state forest, Lithuanian Forest Health Index. We can see that in recent couple of years, this index is evaluated as bad. But going to better direction, and then maybe this year it will be only problematic. So thank you very much.
Questions? I have a lot of questions, but maybe for me the most important. You mentioned 50% of your forests are owned by a private person. And theoretical or practical, I'm forest owner, I own 10 hectares of forest, and outbreak of Ips typographus is started, and I do nothing. Really, I'm lazy, or I don't know why.
You live in capital city.
Yeah, what is your position or state position, state administration? Because this is not my problem. This is problem. The problem started. My problem will be is going to my neighborhood.
Yeah. We're discussing this problem a lot, and we have I didn't mention, but we have 255,000 private forest owners who never had a forest because we were occupied by Soviet Union, and there was no private forestry. So they just have forest now, and they can't drive. So it's really a big problem. We're trying to do inspections and inform other institutions who maybe we'll write a fine for them. But it's a really big problem. Yeah.
Okay, very good. I think there is a lot to discuss here. I would love to know more on this health index and also on this information that you provide to people. What is it for? What people do?
Yeah, I hope some people will make decisions. We recommend not to do pre-commercial thinnings and spruce stands. Maybe they won't do clear cuts in summertime and so on.
Okay.
If you clever for fauna, you always will check the situation.
Very good. Thank you so much. Fantastic.
No.
So we profit from your presentation.
Yeah, I have another meeting. Sorry, I would like.
No, so if more questions, probably that still around. We have a second presentation on Norway's spruce health and vulnerability in Lithuania, wind decay, and its. Gracias. So you are process. Present yourself.
I'm Emil Samoshka. I work at the Lithuanian Research Center for Agriculture and Forestry. I'm also a PhD student over there. So my presentation was on the similar lines. Kęstutis has much more up-to-date data, so I'm going to have to go to Kęstutis for more information. Because I have pie charts in there, they do not have the right figures, so I'm going to have to. So, yeah, so Norway spruce health and vulnerability in Lithuania, wind decay and IPS topography. So this is essentially a slightly more zoomed in version of Kęstutis's presentation, hopefully anyway. So Lithuania is in the European Southern Hemi-Boreal Forest zones. It's a part of the Hemi-Boreal Forest zone. However, we are on the essentially close to the southern range of the flatlands of Northern Europe. Our mean air temperature is around 7.4 degrees Celsius. Mean annual precipitation is 695 millimeters, and we experienced 24 days of wind above 50 meters per second annually.
Can you speak a bit louder?
Oh, sorry. Okay, so yeah, this data, I had more spruce percentage. It's now declined, so rely on Kęstutis's data, much better. So the main threats for the Norway spruce is root rot and stem rot. Largely Heterobasidian on awesome. However, we can't really say it's fully died because yeah. So
sorry, it is Heterobasidium and Armillaria noa. This is both.
Both of them, yeah. Essentially root rot and stem rot. So all the species essentially grouped into one. So we have European bark beetle, Ips typographus, and then we have wind throw and wind damage as the largest damaging agents. So in my pie chart, we have total mortality of spruce being 2.28%, and our largest damaging agent is wind, and then followed by pests, and then intraspecific competition, so between trees and species, and then we have diseases as next, and then unknown, and then it's human activity, fire, and so on. So our study objectives were to explore the interaction between root and stem decay and spruce vitality indicators, so crown defoliation and which are generally used as indicators. Then we also aim to investigate how decay affects wind damage occurrence in spruce stands, as well as reveal forest management impacts on decay and wind damage occurrence. And then we also want to assess the bark beetle outbreak dynamics from 1968 to 2023 and identify.
Don't lose faith. Keep the voice up.
Sorry. I need to get used to speaking loud. The interaction between decay and radio crown defoliation. So we segmented this into smaller sections. So how they interact with the other factors. So our study methods were, we used 24 stands, which were largely occupied by spruce, so 80%, around 80% composition. The ages ranged from 41 years old all the way to above 111. We use measurements of overstory measurement parameters, so diameter, breast height, crown defoliation of 5% interval, so as previously is 25, then above was more defoliated. We also then diagnosed the decay presence using core inspection, which was also taken at root height and also stump height. Then also for sample processing and calculations, we use radio sample analysis using the lignostation 2.3 and individual relative increment, which was the Benz, Holmgren and Stenlid 1997 methodology. So what we found for decay and radial increment decline is that decayed spruce showed an 8.7 percentage point reduction in increment in the last 5 years of the growth sequence. Then secondly, we found the decayed spruce showed a 10.9 percentage point increase in increment over the last 20-year period of the growth sequence. So you can see it becomes much tighter. So we also found crown defoliation to be also associated with decay. So we found 8.5 percentage point higher defoliation compared to trees without any signs of decay. So looking into the interaction between root stem decay and crown defoliation, we essentially found that data revealed decayed trees had a significantly higher crown defoliation in contrast to cohort non-decayed trees. And the proportion of healthy trees was significantly lower in the, compared to moderately defoliated trees, was significantly higher. Looking at stem decay and radial increment. So we found decayed spruce had a 7.2% percentage point lower radial increment during the entire sequence compared to non-decayed cohort. See the interaction between spruce decay and wind damage. So for this, we had 34 observation plots in stands that were affected by wind. We had sample plots allocated where we have 5 or more spruce being damaged. Then we also, once again, we measured diameter at breast height, and of course we're also taken to look into the presence of decay in stump and roots. We also used wind damage observation in transects to look at individual trees that were damaged during wind storms. So for this, we saw a gradual increase in spruce wind damage with stand age. So older spruce generally were damaged more often. Looking into the factors associated with Norway spruce and wind throws, we found that site moisture index, stand age, and tree decay presence, and also stand stocking level had the most impact on wind throws.
The stocking level in a negative relationship.
Yes. As in positively. It's
more stocking, more damage?
Essentially, more stocking allowed less trees to be damaged. Okay. Because there's, I can't really explain.
This is an inverse with the stocking.
Yeah.
So less stocking, more damage.
Yeah.
Bigger trees.
More stocking, less damage.
Correct. But okay.
Now I confused myself. Essentially, when you open up the stand, what we found that as the stand opens up, more damage is opened up. Yeah, exactly. So looking at decay and wind in monospecific compared to mixed stands, essentially deciduous species admixture had a positive effect on reducing wind damage. However, for decayed spruce that already, as in spruce already affected by decay, were more likely to be damaged by wind. So essentially having deciduous admixture actually allowed, when the trees are healthy, it's very good for the trees. However, when the stand is mixed and there is decay present, the decayed trees were more likely to be wind thrown damaged.
This can overcome the effect of age, can compensate for age, or also you have.
I don't know if I
I can speculate that the oak leaves have no leaves in winter.
Yeah.
And usually we have strong winds in winter.
Yeah.
And then we have no protection.
Yeah.
From oak leaves.
So this goes for Scots pine and Norway spruce admixtures as well. So looking into individual trees, so we found the odds ratio to indicate the most individual trees with mortality. Yep, so damage containing a larger number of spruce is more likely to contain individuals with no trace of decay. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. I'm not sure if that's. Let's get out. Okay, so we had the finning experiment where we had 5 finning intensities with 2 repetitions of each. So we had a no finning variant. We had consistent finning from age 15, 20, 26, and 39. Okay. So yeah, essentially we had various finning regimes established in a single plot area of spruce. It was around the stocking density was 4,200 individuals per hectare, and this assessment was held in 2021. So we found that high finning intensity had a higher decay incidence and higher wind damage odds ratio. And reduced finning prevents healthy trees from wind damage exposure, as previously mentioned, whereas decayed trees were more likely to be wind thrown first. Then this is where I essentially jump into Kęstutis's area. So we essentially, here we have the largest Ipstopographus outbreaks in Lithuanian history, as previously he mentioned. So aside from the mentioned events, we found no real correlation between Ipstopographus outbreaks and mortality. Essentially, sorry, I don't know how to. I think we're running out of time, so I'm probably going to skip to the.
Yeah, what is the key message here?
This is spruce relative increment. Yep, so we find radial increment reductions during periods of high Ipstopographus outbreaks, as you can see over here. So looking at the main conclusions, because I'm sure you guys want to know the conclusions the most. So we find wind, the highest frequency in mortality was during.
Project your voice.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to gather together the information, but from what I recall. Yep, so wind damage, so as I previously mentioned, wind damage was the most impactful from our research. So for our ideas that root and stem rot vitally decline, Norway spruce expresses radial increment growth. Yeah.
Let's take on your conclusion, but let's focus on this question. What can we do? Can we really do something beyond taking the species out? Can management, let's say, make spruce still a useful species in current conditions in the future? Can you do something with management, or you need to get rid of spruce and go for something else? So thinnings, mixed forests, smaller rotation, the impact is really significant or is marginal in practical terms?
It's hard to really give a pinpoint answer because it really always just depends. Because if you look at the conditions and the spread of where spruce grows currently in Lithuania, it's I think in many regions, it's currently spruces has a history of being planted in far broader areas than it really should be naturally. So I feel like from my experience as a learning PhD researcher, I feel like currently the Norway spruce has been expanded farther than it should be. And I think that it should have more specific applications and maybe more mixing. And since we are in the hemi-boreal zone, which is not really boreal to where the spruce is at its strongest point, we're slowly having broadleaves migrating northwards. So I feel like admixture and the right planting in the right place.
Very good. 1 minute question,
1 minute question.
1 minute answer.
About fruit and beverage.
Yeah.
Do you use parchment fungus as a treatment in it, for example?
Oh.
No.
Expert.
You still have 50 seconds.
There is obligation to put it when the temperature is above Celsius, 0. What temperatures you have to do at Siemens in calendar stats, not in gigahertz. In Finland, they do everywhere, as I know.
After
Not in
thinning.
Sweden.
After thinning.
In Finland, not.
That's already the okay, one more question and we need to move. Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation. Well done. And a lot of interruptions. It's really good to see you bringing that together. I think you're touching on an area of research which we ourselves are in risk analysis all the time, and it's that complexity of compound risk. So you're bringing in the changing growth rates under climate change, drought risk, which is really variable, especially in Lithuanian soils we picked up. And then you've also got your potentially in the UK we find changing storm frequency, which is adding another dimension, and that interplaying with its demographics. There's a couple of slides that I would like to see again, but I appreciate we haven't got time now. But I've got a number of questions I will try and start with you unless you are dashing.
I think we have some speakers online that may be waiting for us. So maybe I invite you to discuss or comment. Yeah, there are many other aspects that I think we need to move on. So thank you so much. Sorry for the interruption from my side. Thank you. Why is the recommendations of longer rotation? No. And second one, foresters forget about trial and error. Focus on landing in the right side. Okay, sorry for this pressure now. We wanted to bring to this meeting some tools also, practical tools, innovative tools, solutions, digital solutions, and in this startup world. So I have 3 short presentations. I will ask our speakers to really imagine that these are the investors or clients and try to convince them of how you're not going to be changed, how it works, but what solution you're providing. So try to focus on the solutions. And so we have 3 presentations. So let's move to them. So you know you have 10 minutes max, and then we can have some time for questions and answers. So the first one is Adriano Maciotta from Luque, and you're going to present decision support tools developed for price integrative forest management. The floor is yours.
Hello. Thank you, Ignacio. Are you presenting my presentation or I should project it?
Could you present it? If not, we can also share it, however you prefer.
Yes, I can share my presentation. Just 1 second, please. Yep. Can you see it?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So maybe I put it. Yeah. So I'm going to introduce you the result. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Welcome. Wonderful. So I'm going to introduce you the results of our Transform It project that you heard about.
Could you please use the presentation mode on the presentation?
Yes, I should just understand because it's projected. 1 second. I should just project it in the right monitor, right? 3 monitor.
Oh, this is always a risk.
Okay, can you see now?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, great. So I'm going to introduce you the results of our Transform It project that you heard about in the past from Martina about the application of decision support tools for integrated forest management and in general the use of decision support tools in forest in fulfilling different forest objectives. So the things that I'm going to discuss is about the concept of decision support systems and decision support tool that maybe not all of you may be aware of and use in forest management. But for example, the previous case was one of the perfect cases in which you can use a decision support tool about studying multi-disturbance effects on forest development, but also the application of decision support tool in integrated forest management. So let's start with the first point, that is the concept of decision support system or tool. So let's start to discuss about what are the questions generally answered by a decision support system. And we start with the problem identification, and the problem identification could be of different types, like for example, site identification. Which site type is this? What are suitable tree species that you can grow on it? But also stand identification, which stand type, problems, and potential related, but also which type of stakeholders are interested in dealing with the certain forest related problem. And then we go for the search for design of alternatives, like for example including different silvicultural treatments and considering the what, how, and when of these treatments, like for example rotation forest, ordinary rotation forestry, and going to more specific questions like which combination of tree species in future for future stands must be better, and that was the question discussed before, for example. Then we move to estimate of potential long and short-term effects of management alternatives, and so we go to ask what are the long and short-term effect of forest management alternatives for different objectives in forestry, for example, timber harvesting yield, but also other non-wood forest products or biodiversity objectives. And then we move to evaluation of alternatives and generally what are the benefits, opportunities, cost, and risk of management. And then we can also project scenarios. So what if we manage the forest in a certain way? What would be the outputs in terms, for example, of timber yield given a certain impact of climate change or disturbance scenarios? So we move from these questions to a definition that is accepted normally of decision support tools or systems that are computer-based systems supporting planning and decision making in semi and structured decision problems, and in DSS database systems. So there is a part of database linked with analytical models that, for example, predict disturbances. But also methods, but also an expert knowledge to support representation of possible outcomes in graphical on tabular means. So that we have a wide array of graphical and tabular means that are produced based on the data. And in general, the main focal points, the main axis of the decision support tools are the data, which are generally coming from simple forest inventories, but also from remote sensing or Earth observation systems, and models, methods, for example, of forest growth simulation models that produce the conditions of the forest at certain points in the future at standard level, but also user interface that allows the decision support system manager to iteratively change the initial conditions and the models implied. So if we come to more practical questions, for what type of modeling scope forest decision support system have been applied for, we have data from the FOREXT project that it is based on the construction, and it practically derives the results from the wiki page named FOREXT DSS that shows that most of the modeling scopes on which the support system have been used for are mostly to determine forest structure, and 73%, but also estimate forest economic value. And instead, they've been used less for defining forest ecological value, for example, and for other use-defined scopes, and for assessing the impacts of climate management or climate change and forest social values. And the more practical scopes, like assessing for certification, score only for 10%. So we have had a look at what decision support tools are and what they are used for, and now we are going to introduce the results of our decision, our catalog that has been produced for the Transform It project with Mikko Kurtila and Aravasic from respectively from Luke and Boko. And the catalog tried to provide the state of the art of how these different decision support to support integrated forest management in different types of forest. As you can see, the catalog that is still under revision is wide and covers 41 decision support tools in 21 countries worldwide. And you can see here a map of the decision support tools that have been defined based on the country, and from which we got information directly interviewing decision support tool managers. And we compiled information on each of these 41 DSS, decision support tool, about their capacity to analyze, predict, and project different integrated forest management variables. And the results have been saved and will be saved in the FOREXT DSS wiki that I was mentioning before, that will assure the persistence of the data after the end of the project, the Transform It project. So what is integrated forest management? It's about production of ecosystem services, but also protection from natural hazard and conservation of biodiversity. And as you can see here, we have an infographics that shows a typical output of our catalog for a decision support tool that is the Europe-wise efficient space tool produced by Wageningen University Research, and that shows the main topics of these IFM integrated forest management variables, and the capacity of the tools to analyze, deal with in general, totally, partially, or not at all for ecosystem functions and services, carbon cycling, forest structure and processes, habitat and species, forest health and disturbance, forest management. So you can see that the outlook is very different for each of these 6 topics. And the question that we tried to answer was, how do decision support tools support integrated forest management goals? And you can see that, for example, for the historically related to management and to forestry objectives, like forest structure and processes and carbon cycling forest management, the outlook on the capacity of the DSS to predict or analyze these variables related to these aspects were better suited than variables that were more directly related to integrated forest management goals, like ecosystem function and services, but also habitat and species, and forest health and disturbances. And the catalog summarized decision tool capacity for specific IFM goals. And when we come to ecosystem function and services, we found that the best outlook was for timber production, while other non-wood, non-ecosystem services were dealt with in a less optimal way. And instead, for what concerned the other axis of the integrated forest management, it's a conservation of habitat and species, some aspects more related with the traditional forest management, like habitat trees, retention trees, and forest types were better predicted, analyzed those, or mapped or simulated than other variables that were more connected strictly with nature conservation, like conservation of species connectivity and habitat tree of interest. And finally, for what concerns forest health and disturbances, we had a mixed outlook. In general, abiotic disturbances like wind throw, wildfire, and drought were better predicted or analyzed than biotic variables like, for example, bark beetle breaks. Finally, the catalog summarized also decision support to limitations and challenges to deal with the IFM goals. And here there is, thanks to AI, we were able to describe the main described by DSS managers for different categories. And in conclusion, what we have learned from our decision support to catalog is that generally decision support tools, even though they are not always used and sometimes, for example, Living Labs have sometimes difficulties to deal with them, are key enablers of forest planning for IFM goals, for developing integrated forest management. But also we have shown that decision support tools can have done some progresses in the dealing with the IFM goals, but still gaps remain, especially in ecosystem functional services and habitat species management. So I would like finally to thank you for your attention, and also I thank all the decision support tool managers that contributed to developing the catalog. I hope that.
Thank you so much. Fantastic. Stay with us before the clap. Please, we have some questions. Any question or reaction or comment? I do have a question for you. Do you know any of these tools? How you use them? Which one is useful?
I've been working with a few of them. In general, Northern European tools like from Finland and from Sweden. So that some of them are quite complex and require some more skill to be used. Others are more easy because they have graphical user interfaces and are better, more can be more easily approached also by forest managers or other types of stakeholders.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Adriano. Any reaction, any comment on what is mentioning that there is a lot of tools for wood, for forest extractor, what is the proxy for other things, but there are many missing gaps. Any wish for new tools or any thoughts about these tools?
Yeah, very briefly. In your catalog, have you tried to collect the feedback, concrete feedback that comes from the stakeholders? For instance, the Finnish who do this and the people.
Perfect. Collect feedback, seconds answer, 1 minute reply at the most.
Yes. Yes. If I can say yes, we have recently done a Mentimeter for trying to get feedback from Living Lab, and in the project, involved in the project, we found there are some big difficulties in the use of the tools given the complexity and also the lack of support from tool managers for like intermediate figures that can help the decision makers to interpret and customize the tools.
Thank you so much, Adriano. We have more time, but definitely having this available, I mean, it's a great tool to explore tools, test them maybe, and yeah, good.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you for.
Thank you all.
Then we have a tool here present with us. So we have Guido Milazzo from Biloba Startup, Blue Biloba, and it's for sharing.
Yeah,
I think you're a spin-off from Florence University.
From Florence University, and it's startup products.
And it's talking about facilitating joint management plan across forest owners, I think. So we are running 15 minutes late, so let's see if we can.
I'll try to be.
Stick to the 10 minutes and then.
Okay.
Oh.
Adriano is still sharing. Stop sharing. Thank you.
Very well. Go.
The camera. Yeah. Thank you.
You don't allow them to get missing.
Okay, I try to quickly go through our forest sharing platform. Is a tool dedicated to aggregated and sustainable forest management. Try to go quick regarding some data that every one of us knows, starting from the European perspective and trying to go through the Italian situation, trying to give you a rough idea about what the forest ownership situation is at Italian, but at European level too. Forest area is increasing in Italy due to the abandonment of rural areas, as we know. And the main problem is that no one knows about how many private forest owners have in Italy. No one knows how much is the average size. And starting from another project, we either don't know anything about this at precise level at European scale too. No one knows how many forest owners we have in Europe. We are talking about, we estimate about 16 million of people who own the forest in Europe. In Italy, we are talking about 11 millions of hectares of forest, and we can try to estimate around 1 million of people, okay? And this brings several problems in terms of management, in terms of economy of scale. Quickly, how we were born, we are an innovative startup. We come from the University of Florence. We are a spin-off, as Ignacio said. Trying to present to you something about our mindset. We try to apply the circular management approach in forest management, not only from the technical point of view, but from the commercial, from the legal, from the communication point of view, trying to have an holistic approach, considering that the large part of the people knows anything about forest management and thinks that if you cut a wood, you kill it. Okay, this is the basic point we have in Italy. So we try to provide to the people, you have to consider forest sharing in the front end like a gateway for forest owners, in which they will find forest consultants, forest companies, tools, okay, and knowledge. And in the back end, not only a decision support system, every one of us knows about forest inventories, about carbon, about everything, okay? But what I want to stress is that we try to put during these years the human factor in the forest management, because we must start from relationships with common people. We try to apply the sharing business model in forest management in a circular way. So we try to put forest sharing not as a tool, but as an approach to be widespread along the entire supply chain. And we are talking about forest owner, consultancy, and so on. Okay, in this case, I need to go fast. In the first step, the forest owner can be registered itself in a free of charge way. Okay, you can become a forest sharing user without any kind of investment in terms of money, okay? Because we need to be free to evaluate your situation and to decide if something may have sense or not. Because if you have 1 hectare in isolated rural areas with no roads and something like this, we will force to say to you, okay, or if we can group you with someone else, something can be possible, but if not, we can't do anything for you, okay, in a very transparent and clear way. Where we are now, consider that the number I gave you before, 1 million of people, around 1 million people, we have 1,200 people in the platform, because we are a small private company and we are trying to widespread this kind of approach all across Italy. So starting different okay, users in different regions and trying to group them and trying to make something that may have sense for them, because we are talking about private forests. So the first step is to register, and the second one to provide parcel cadastral data to show and to prove to us that you are the forest owner, and the third one to say to us what you want to do. You want to cut, you want to replace your existing roads, I don't know, okay. And then we will try to overlap your willings and your current situation with what we can in concrete, in the real world, can do or not. Some examples, this is I always put this project as a first example we have, because in this one, for the first time, we promote in Sardinia region a cooperative, okay, a private company which involved private forest owners, agricultural companies, 2 different municipalities, 1 university, and 1 no-profit association. I invest more time in put them in the same table, trying to agree the consortium agreement, than to apply to the national call and win it. Okay, to group them and to agree a common approach. Here we are talking about core production, and the final goal will be to certify under 2 different schemes the core production they have in Sardinia. Another one, Net4 project, I was discussing with him before. A public body asked us to replicate at regional scale the platform, the forest sharing platform, and to dedicate some tools. For instance, an early warning system for bark beetle attacks, and we discovered that it's not so easy to detect them when they are in the green phase, okay? But it was very interesting to us because for the first time, a public body decided to apply our method first, and then for the first time, a public body decided to group, to fill their gaps in the map, because we started from the private sector, from the private side, they are on the opposite one, and they have the same needs, in a nutshell. There's another example, just to explain the real situation we have in some parts of Italy. We promote a no-profit land association, okay, dedicated to recovery and management of chestnuts. And we are talking about 45 hectares and around 60 different owners. That's the real situation we have. So we sometimes put in this kind of demo areas more time that could be efficient from the economic point of view. We are a company, but we need to invest our time with people. That's why we try to do something like this. The last one, this belongs to an Horizon project called Synthetic. Maybe someone of you has heard something about it. We try to tackle a particular situation we have in Italy. We have the Istituto Diocesano di Sostentamento del Clero, Diocesano Institute of Clergy Sustenance, the private institution that manage Catholic Church properties, okay, just to raise salaries for priests, in some words, and they have several forest parcels that they received along the centuries as legacies and so on. They need to manage in some way. They don't know how, because they usually cut wood in some parcels, but the large part of them are abandoned. And just to explain to you, the Massa Carrara is a province in Tuscany. They have 8,000 parcels in 2,400 hectares. So a no-sense situation if we can explore it from the forest management point of view. Sorry. I go quickly in this part. We, of course, are able to quantify and monitor ecosystem services, because in the backside we have some decision support system that can be applied for economic viable project, in an economic viable project. But we decide from the beginning to have an open approach. So we build this platform, this tool, to be open to interoperate with other ones. This is a screenshot that comes from the decision support system that the public body from the network project just have, starting from the forest inventory, starting from the current situation. We cannot apply decision support tools coming from with an up to bottom approach. We need to do the opposite way. If not, have no sense from my opinion, from the market point of view. And the last one, what we learned so far. We know that common people forest management is a long and complex project. Okay, you talk about investors. Some months ago, a Swiss investor asked to me which could be the 3 or 6 months return on investments. I say to him that if we talk about forest, we will have 30 or 40 years return on investment. Okay, so we must have a long-term approach. We must invest our time in animation initiative, in living labs with common peoples. We must involve multiple actors, okay? Because Italian company are concerned about their supply chain, but no one does, in my opinion, anything about local forest owners' involvement, because it brings time investment and cost investment and cost. And the main one is the last I put in my presentation, the difficulties that we have to quantify the real economic value, because if the people want not to cut the wood, but to maintain and to conserve the biodiversity and so on, we need to try. There are several indicators. I know it. Okay, I know that there are several indicators that give a value to that kind of ecosystem services. But my opinion, we need to test them in the real world. We need to apply them with some private company. Okay, guys, are you interested in buy them or not, and in which way?
Thank you for this. Coming soon.
Coming soon. We are in some dedicated tools for ecosystem services certification. We are developing an upgrade of our tool dedicated to forest managers, to forest association and so on. And we'll soon deploy our first version for sharing in Spain.
This is very
Thank you so much.
Thank you to you. Fantastic. Before the clubs, I have some questions. One is I appreciate very much these lessons learned. I think this animation of the land is very important. And I do believe that forest advisors, forest service officials, they have also this lot of animating innovation, just not only recommending. But my question for you is, explain a bit better, because I force you to be very fast. So you register in the platform aggregates you with other owners, and then contacts you with a company that want to buy your wood or to manage your forest.
Yeah, once the forest owners have been aggregated, and once the economy of scale may have sense, we put them in contact with local consultants, with local companies, and in that case, from the revenue stream model, we act as a booking or Airbnb or something like this. Okay, instead of paying you for your wood, the forest company will pay me, and then I'll pay you, and I get my success fee. This is the theoretical example, but in the reality, we always try to follow them and to provide them our consultancy approach, because not so easy to take an abandoned forest and talk about carbon credits. But the common people say, okay, I have a nowhere forest, I want to sell my credits. Okay, guys, let's take a seat and talk about reality first. So we get our revenue from consultancy services first.
Very excellent.
Brilliant. Thanks very much. Really interesting and moved very, very quickly. I just had a question about your platform. To what extent is it able to accommodate mixed objectives?
Sorry.
Mixed objectives.
So maybe the objective of the annual manager might be for PFL, but also maybe for biodiversity or carbon credits?
It depends on the willings of the forest owners. We ask to them, what do you want to do with your forest first? Because we are talking about a private property. So we provide to them some disclaimers that explain to them which could be the requirements and the effects related to their choices. Okay, so first we need to detect their willings, and then we will try to apply their willings in the real world or not, or to propose to them something that can allow to them to reach their goals. For instance, if I want to create an additionality system that provide to me credit to be put on the market, I could, a call I was in 2 days ago, I could propose to use some fire prevention activities, because in that case, I could try to apply thinning activities in the forest, trying to increase the value and the stocks of the remaining trees, and trying to start in that way for an additionality carbon credit project or system. But we try to apply on the field what they want to do, because not so easy to explain to common people what the reality is, because if there are no roads, you will apply anything in terms of active management. Concrete examples. I have 200 hectares of forest. Yeah, but you don't have no existing roads. So what? The point is, so what?
There is a small company in Lithuania who did something similar to you, but a little bit different. So what they did is they overlap owners' surfaces with different protected areas or other types of restrictions that are imposed by the government. Then they are negotiating in the name of the owners the compensation payments for Natura 2000, and of course they keep something for them. So is your platform able to do something like this? Or if you overlap with the protected areas management plans and restrictions, then you can consult?
We are able to do, but the problem is that we must find the people first, because the Italian cadastre is public. I can apply to it and discover everything I want. Okay, but I need to know the name of the people who own that parcel first, because if not, I'll do anything in concrete from the legal point of view. That's why I said at the beginning, we try to have an holistic approach. We developed some, for instance, legal tools for interaction, to facilitate the interaction among different kind of stakeholders.
Congratulations, it's good. We tried to do this 10 years ago in the southwest of England. We failed. One of the issues is trying to get initial funding to get all rolling. How did you do? What funding did you have to start off?
Our own.
Right, yeah.
Because each startup starts from an idea. Now, to date, we deal with several activities. For instance, Ignacio knows that we deal with the urban forest management, for instance. But this is our Proyecto Estrella, our flagship project. Okay, that becomes along the years, and it started as a tool and became an approach, completely different. But now we have some customers who want to invest in it. But at the beginning, the first 3-4 years, we invest our own money, our own time, because if not, this is the main battle we have in Italy. If we talk about forest management, if we will do something for this forest management sector, will have a future in Italy, my opinion, because it's disappearing slowly.
It's not just in
No, but the industry is there. The industry is there, but it's important to connected. So if I want to connect industry, it is very strong.
For instance, in some parts of Tuscany region, we have forest owners interested in do something, but no sawmills. So what? Once again.
Any more questions? I have one for you, very brief. I have an association in Basque Country, and the association we do management plan. If I would like to use Blue Below, so you're setting up to animate not only management plans at city level or that, but to animate and to help forest. What you are doing, aggregate. How can I use your platform, or how can I?
That's the point in which we are today. We are developing a new version dedicated to forest association, dedicated to forest management, because we need in our coming soon, our forest Spain demo site in synthetic project, we will deal with Agresta as a Spanish tester. Okay, you know them very well.
Yeah.
Yeah, they asked us to completely change our flow, because our main flow is dedicated to forest owners at database level, at legal level, okay? But we need to change our point of view, because in Italy, we don't have so many forest associations as you have in Spain, for instance. So we need to upgrade our entire platform, our entire data flow to be useful for forest association managers. The point we are.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Big clap. And to maybe make some, understand some integration of your local database on the platform. So if we're interested to do some more hands-on workshop again, we can arrange this.
Yeah, the social gamer will have
how this could work with your data integrated your functional service.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good. So we are running late, but our final speaker can wait for us. So we have the last of these tools that we want to bring. And I lost my agenda, but it's about reaching the missing owners. So we have to try Jarmo Oitinen, also with an app which called Meetups. And it's what apps? It's about reaching and activating scattered forest owners. This again a way to engage missing owners. So do we have Jarmo online?
Yes. Do you hear me?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes,
so maybe I could share my screen.
Yes, please. While you do that, we try to take some breath, because it's a very heavy day, but fantastic. So yes, please share the screen, and maybe you need to share the screen, or you need to.
Can you see my screen now?
Not yet, because we're sharing a different screen. Try again.
Not yet.
You cannot see my screen yet? No?
Yes, it's online, but not in the room,
So Wood Apps is the app, and Bit Apps is the company.
Yeah, exactly. How about now?
Not yet.
Can you see it, Mina?
Online we can see it, but it's, yeah.
So online they see it, but we don't see it.
We see, but we don't see the presentation.
What is?
We don't see the presentation version online either. Just we see the version with all the side effects.
Find it. Find.
How about now?
No. No, anyway.
Open it here.
Okay, see you, but not the presentation. Do we have it? So we will set it from outside here in the room. So just a minute.
Yeah, maybe that's if you can share it from there. So some technical problem here, but I could briefly tell about it. So if you can move the camera to the screen. So
yeah. Let's see. We're looking for your presentation. We will set it now. Jarmo, there it is. Good app. Open. We are coming. Allow, open.
if you please also move the camera so that I can see the screen.
The screen.
But you need to not stop sharing from yourself.
Yeah, okay.
I can do it. Yes, wait. For some reason.
Okay, we are out. So,
but not online.
Not online. So, Jarmo, you stop sharing. I'm trying to share it from here. No, Andrea, share it.
Yeah, I'm not sharing it. I'm not sharing it.
Share should be coming now. You see it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now it's okay.
Now,
okay. Apologies for this.
We are online.
Yes,
you can see. Right. Sorry about this, and thank you for having me here. So I will go directly to the topic in order to save time. So if you go to the next slide. So I think that the problem is something in common, and you all know, and we already spoke about this fragmented forest ownership in European Union. So this is the problem what we are talking about. On the second side is also the problem that if you go to the next slide, there's the other problem that we are talking about. So the climate change and how to reach and activate and communicate with millions of landowners around the Europe. And this is the solution where the WooSup is for, and I will tell you a few words about it. So if you go one more slide forward in order to tell about us. So I'm Jarmo Oitinen, I'm CEO of this BTAPS group. I'm also the forest owner myself here in Finland, and we have a kind of a 25 years experience in forestry in Scandinavia, Germany, Austria, Romania, Estonia. So I've been working with on European level quite a long time. And after this experience, we have collected a completely new idea on WooSup. And if you go to the next slide, you will see the idea. So it's a little bit similar like Uber in taxi traffic. So we have a digital communication channel where advisory organizations, associations, and all the service providers can simply register as a taxi driver. And the landowners, they do have their app, which they can download from the app stores, and where they can register their parcel. So we have the Kaunas system data here in the app already imported. And it's like we call it like a Tinder. So it's creating the connection between the landowners and all the service providers. And we are creating this for creating kind of a communications channel, which is on the level of today. We can share nowadays one photo for millions of people around the planet in 1 second, but we cannot find the forest owners and our neighbors. So this is the problem where WooSup is developed exactly, and where we are working now. So if you go to the next slide, we show here the messaging idea. I think for associations, advisory services, that is quite relevant. So we are creating the community by advertising this mobile app and sharing in app stores, and then it gives for the organizations, everyone who wants to reach the landowners, the channel to send targeted messages, and not just messages, content on the map about regulations, about events and such. And that's where we have also in the next slide, if you go forward, satellite monitoring services. So we provide really wide set of map data connected to forestry. We have our own satellite monitoring services, which are not just monitoring the bark beetle and change detection, but they are also sending notifications for landowners. So in the area where we are out, Germany, Austria, the landowners can get notification if the satellite monitoring will detect something on the area of the forest. And in the next slide, you can see that there's not just this kind of a map distribution channel or not just communication channel, it also contains the planning tool for task management and sharing the notification. So it is possible to invite other landowners, send a contact request for service provider, and to do the resourcing and management also in this very same environment. And on the next slide, there's also the sample of this communication. So once the connection is made between the landowner and the service provider, you can communicate in this tool via normal chat, but it's all based on your land property and it's all on top of the map data. So this is kind of map-based map-oriented environment for landowners and service providers to communicate with each other. And on the next slide, you see the sample of this, or the idea of this map library. So as I mentioned, we generate the satellite monitoring data, we generate the notifications and send the alarms, warnings, and risk maps for the landowner, and send the notifications for them. But we also are capable to share all the time growing amount of public data about land property. So that every service provider can publish via this platform the maps they have in a digital form for their employers or for their customers, for landowners, or for public, for everyone. So this is a kind of idea of WUSA in short. And if you go next slide, I tell about the status. So as said, we have a quite long history. We have been working here in Scandinavia for 20 years and built quite heavy ERP systems for big forest organizations. So based on this platform, we have created this cloud-based environment with all these geo tools and these mobile tools. And we came out in Germany, Austria, end of 24 when the parcel data came available in Germany, and we built the importer, which has collected the parcel data from the member states, from the regions. And this is what we can do now also in other countries. We have launched pilots in Portugal, Spain, and France, and we are developing this platform and onboarding services, organizations and service providers here. So it was quite nice start because we did it in a different way, in a modern way. We mainly use digital marketing, social media, and we managed to reach 20,000 users quite soon. Now we are in the level of 40,000 landowners who are registered, and next step is to turn to service providers, and this is the campaign that we are also making in a digital marketing, and this is the status where we are now. And this is if you go forward a little bit, our kind of a call for action. So the platform we have created, we have done it in a way that it's not that much country or region specific. And as you can see, we have quite fast adapted to the new countries. And it took something like a few months to open a new country and to import the cadastral data and to open the country version. So we have some public funding also in our company. This is self-funded. This is also investment from the company owners. So we have public funding for piloting now. So we are capable to support the local pilots in a European level. And we will do it definitely in Austria. And we have some pilots starting also in Germany, Finland, and discussions in Portugal, Spain. But this is anyway something where we would like to have a pilot, because I think the pilot is the best way here. The digital tools, they work in a way, same way. The social media is not country specific, and this is where the investment, which is up millions of euros and years of development here in the cloud, could be utilized in this area. And I also, as an ex-advisor, I have experience also from advisory work. I can see the value of this kind of a solution. So if you want to know more, or if you are interested to start a pilot and study this environment, we are here to talk more. And of course, if you want to ask now and we have time, we can answer directly the questions. But if you were running out of time, we can also come back to this remotely.
Thank you, Jarmo. Stay with us a bit before class. So any question or comment? I was wondering if something of this tool could be useful to engage dispersed owners with all the health issues, not only the management and the health.
It's a valuable tool, especially for individual attack detection, maybe in the later stages, not in stage.
Yeah, thinking that you have satellite layers, you can have alerts on Barbita, and you have the owners that can register. This type of tool could be interesting. Thank you. Any other comments on? So now you are putting owners together in a community, and you plan to have also service providers, but you do some due diligence on the providers, you certify them somehow, or how this works?
Yeah, I think it's the same like in Uber. So every landowner, service provider can register and show the region where they are and tell about the services. And then also the landowners, they have in the app the possibility to show the area of interest, and we do some kind of matchmaking. But in the end, it's between the landowner and the service provider who wants to connect and how they start. It can be between one landowner with one service organization. So for organization, this is kind of a customer acquisition channel as well. But then, of course, like in social media, you can invite your friend, you can share your notifications with your neighbors, and then it's creating this kind of Facebook group of landowners, but it's on top of the map data, and it is all the time providing also more and more actual maps about the forest healthy, about the all the things that the service providers make available. So this is our role here, to be the distributor and the matchmaking environment. But we do it in a modern way with this kind of digital tools, which are really simple to use. Everybody who downloads the app can use it. At the moment, it's not available in app stores in other countries, but Germany, Austria. But for the pilot purposes, we can easily open it for other countries. And language support is for Italian, Spain, Portuguese, and English, German, Austria, of course.
We have a question online from Tom. Tom, go ahead. Try to be short to the point and also the answer.
Yeah. Hi, Jarmo. I'm just wondering, is there a danger or is there a mechanism to avoid forest owners getting unwanted contacts from suppliers if they make the initial contact and they sign up for the app, that, you know, they wouldn't get a whole stream of offers or communications about managing their forests or buying timber that they mightn't want?
Yeah, of course, the customer is the king, and always it works in both ways. So the customer accepts the contact to the organization, and on the other way around. So organization accepts the invitation for landowners. So it's not spamming. It's not. That's what we really are careful with, so that the users do have their privacy. But you're right. So it cannot be too open. But if you want to promote your services in the region, you can send it for all users. You can send it for the users with a certain interest, or you can send it to the region. For example, investor or insurance company or whoever who wants to send targeted newsfeed directly in the pockets of the landowners. We have tools for that, but it doesn't end to this kind of newsfeed. Then the users can turn back, and you can start the communication, and you can continue even to the field work. So this is the full chain for that.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments? So I think we are there. Thank you so much, Jarmo. You have all the contact details. You can contact them. I was wondering also again here if in one of our events next year UK, but could be later also. That makes sense to have like a marketplace for these solutions. We have
very interesting ones. There may be others coming or other. So these linkages with forest owner relationships, aggregation, there are different focus. So we also have all this La Forêt Bush, the platform from the CMPF. We have other initiatives. You have my pages also. But anyway, this type of a marketplace to share also collaboration opportunities, understand better matchmaking. We could have some section like this. And we discuss. Thank you. That was very, very informative. I see also a lot of potential in some specific applications.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Being with us, fantastic. And now, dear colleagues, we start wrapping up. So we discussed in the previous days opportunities also for extension services to collaborate in other areas. You know, Forest Europe has recently created a risk facility to understand learning in risk, peer-to-peer learning and supporting countries, country-to-country support in risk management in forest. And we have with us what is now the coordinator of this risk facility, Sylvia. So we arranged this 50 minutes to give us an overview of what to expect from this for risk and what opportunities could be there for these advisors to be engaged or benefit from it. Please.
Hi, Ignacio, hello, colleagues. Thanks a lot for inviting me. It's a pleasure meeting you all. I'm trying to share my screen so you can, I can give you a brief. Just a second. That is a bit. Do I have the rights, correct, to share it? I'm a bit.
If you take the rights, you know.
Sure. It's just a matter of using Zoom here. I don't actually see it. It's a bit
You
funny.
have a green arrow in the bottom.
I only have the audio part.
If not, we can also share it for you.
I got it, yeah. Oh, wow. Coming. It's coming. Here's my second screen. Share. I'll go in presentation mode.
We see coming, yes.
Does it work, Ignacio? I don't
Yes,
see.
we see it. We see it perfect now.
Perfect. I lose you completely. So you just shut out when I'm too fast, too late, or when I will need to intervene, okay? You win. It's perfect. Again, thanks, Ignacio. That's exactly the. I think I was also hearing a bit what the discussion you had, and it's a pleasure to present what's going on the sphere of the forest risk facility. FOREST was born through the Forest Europe process. Ignacio mentioned is a high-level process that deals with sustainable forest management, and this group works at the pan-European level. So we were born last year. And that's a little bit why we were born, you might ask. So we all have seen also in our forest that the disasters are increasing. This year was extremely also heavy, for example, on the wildfire scene. We have seen also the highest emission and highest burn area ever. There was also cases of windstorm in Ireland. The colleagues here present also might know very well, and we've been supporting a bit in some of these fields. So last year, several ministers at the pan-European level, that's what also Forest Europe we were talking about, work with, decided to create, through this bond ministerial decision, a network of people working in disaster risk management at the national, international, but also regional level that can really connect, create this knowledge hub to exchange practice-oriented element, but also science-based and information that really can support them in foster the risk due to disasters over the upcoming years and months based on science. So this is a bit the background. So we have a background which is more political, but we are going to work, and we're working more at the policy, science, practice interface. So the activities that we wish to focus on is exactly this science policy practice interface I mentioned, is also a lot of work, and this is probably something also interesting for you. We'll go on building also and exchanging expertise among experts in the field, strengthening transboundary cooperation, and also developing training and peer reviews by our expert. We also work a lot on the comms part, but this I come later. The aim that we wish, then how you might ask, okay, what do you wish, where do you wish to go? I told you we were just born last year, so this is the first initial phase for us. We are already operative, and we do wish to be the key platform, which key stakeholder can say, okay, we want to enhance knowledge and practice exchange will come to you, to FOREXT. We also want to share, as I told you, info that are science-based, but also will touch innovative approaches. We want you to connect the key stakeholder. You will see that we are working on a broader spectrum here. As I mentioned, from the risk management to the policymaker as well. I mean, we do report to our members, so we are a member-led initiative. And in a moment, I also will mention that EFI hosts the secretariat. So the key part here is really this cross-sectoral element and networking on the long term. We are also working hard to ensure long-term funding and commitments for the different actors. Briefly, this is simply, I want to show you how do we look like, what am I talking about? So there is, on top, you see the steering committee. Those are the countries which are part of the FOREST Europe process that are providing us support. And here you see Germany provides us the seed funding. Ireland, Luxembourg, Czech Republic, Slovakia, United Kingdom, and Switzerland are now part of this group, which steer the process and take decision. The group is increasing. This is very positive for us, and we're happy about it. And we are open. So in order to be inclusive, you can see here that we work also with all FOREST Europe signatories. Those are countries at the pan-European level that are part of FOREST Europe and that decided also to nominate a national focal point, which is the person to which has a secretariat, and FOREST secretary we work with directly. So you see here in the center there is a secretariat which is based at EFI, and I have the pleasure to be the coordinator appointed by EFI. We work also, I was telling you before, with experts in the field of disaster risk management, and these experts are nominated by the countries, so by the national focal points. So you are experts from all over pan-Europe, and also by us, so that we can also tackle specific issue on the item that the members wish us to work on. You were wondering then, what are we working on? So for now, we have 3 focal areas. One is wildfire, we have windstorms, and we have biotics. In these 3 areas, we are about to launch next year 3 working groups that are the groups made by the expert. And we are also developing now our work program. Let me also stress out here that on the biotic agents, we have specific support by the Czech University that collaborates also directly with the Ministry of Agriculture, here also as a service provider for us in the field of biotic. But just to give you a glimpse of what's going on, I already mentioned before, the first block show to you that on the governance level of FOREST itself, we are working on it together with our donors. And we are about to develop our internal rules, but from a financial point of view, we have a multi-donor trust fund, and here we're also working on these details. We also are already active, and in the second block here in the disaster risk management part, we did activities already in wildfire. I will tell you in a moment. And on the biotic, we are aligning with the colleagues, especially from Czech University, to then be more proactive from next year onwards. We have a special tool which we called Rapid Response. This tool enables us to support countries that are facing disasters. And once they, for example, had a disaster in the country and they are a bit uncertain on what's the next step or what's best to do, we can provide support through the expert that we work with. And this happened actually in Ireland this year in January, and I'll tell you also in a moment, because we are able to mobilize support from one part of pan-Europe to the other and coordinate the support in order that the countries knows what to do best, what they could do. I mean, it's not up to us, of course, but the countries will have different options to choose for, learning from the others as well. From a comms point of view, I mean, we are going to several events, so you might have seen this presentation already. I apologize for that. But we also try to be quite also active from a website and social media point of view. Back to the wildfire, we were active this year with this forest camp. Maybe you heard about it. The Polish colleague might know. This has been quite a big event with more than more than 160 participants from 25 different countries. And that was quite also exciting because our experts were able really to support the training, to drive the training with the others, and we also financially support the Ukrainian colleagues to join. 2 more projects ongoing, interesting also to report. One is with the Swiss Ministry of Environment on preventive measure and fuel management. We are leading this project until the end of the year, with the development of a couple of fact sheets and also a specific workshop for next year. And also we have a training ongoing next week. So this is really the quite a big news for us in Iceland. Also, an integrated wildfire management is an in-person, so outdoor and indoor training together with the World Bank also on the wildfire item. Back to the Irish case, I was telling you about it, that the Irish ministry called us once the AO hit Ireland quite heavily in January, and we were able to develop then several online meetings with the colleagues, and then be in person in Ireland to, first of all, have a roundtable with the ministry and the stakeholders involved to understand a bit the issue and explain what is our expert experience on the topic. And then we did a one-on-one, a face-to-face workshop in Ireland for 1 day, in which we really supported them in the field of crisis management, providing the tool that we were using in previous cases and helping them in develop a post-storm plan. This is quite an interesting exercise we are doing, and we hope really to offer this service in the future also to other countries when the time comes. These are a few pictures. This is of the exercise we did, and we're really thankful for the exchange we had also with the colleagues. For what's coming next from our side is, as I told you, we're developing the governance rule. This is more from a formal point of view, but we are already operational. We are also discussing the work program. So we hope to have next year a meeting with all our members to then have a work program which tackles the issue that they are facing and is really inclusive of such. We also going to launch the expert groups early next year to ensure collaboration with among different stakeholders, but also among different member states. And of course, we keep going with promoting our work. So thanks also for that, for inviting us here. And I think we can also discuss further collaboration with your group. In case you wish to follow us, you can see here, I reported the website or the LinkedIn here. And happy to have a quick Q&A. Ignazio, I pass over to you, I suppose. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Silvia. Thank you for this fantastic overview. I think it was very clear, appealing, interesting. But I will open the floor if you have questions, Silvia, on how this FOREXT could develop, what collaboration opportunities. One question for you, Silvia, from my side. I'm here. I cannot see. You can see us?
I can see the group. Yeah, I don't see you, but I see your hand. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, I see you. I know you.
Great to see you. Great to see you. No, my question was about the work program development. For example, are you, let's say, there's a chance to propose bottom-up opportunities. So can we propose activities from this network? Like I was thinking, for example, on the big fires in Spain, or maybe they will have bulk meter in Lithuania, or we'll have some activities and training or some that we could propose as a
Yeah, so that's a good question. Thanks. And the answer is yes. So right now we were developing the first zero draft with our core countries, the steering committee. So this is main donors. And the idea is really to bring this document in February on an in-person meeting together with all our national focal point and observers, in which we can openly discuss what are their needs, what they will propose. So we are very much welcome if you have any ideas or elements that you wish us to bring up or to collaborate with. Super open and happy to discuss. Also because many of your members are also part of the FOREXT Europe bubble. So this is really a good connection. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you for this. And what would be the right way to do this? Can you mention the countries that are now in the core group?
The core group, yeah, the one.
A national contact point, or how this works?
Yeah, so there are 2 ways. So either you know that your organization is part of the FOREXT Europe bubble, so you can reach out to them, or the second point, if it's your country is part also of FOREXT Europe, which I think, reading the list, your country is. So this is it's more at the ministerial level. Then you need to reach out to the national focal point. You can definitely contact me for these details as well. But from the side of the organization in Ignazio, then the point is that either you get back to the secretariat so we can help with building the connection with our members, or directly with the observers of the Forest Europe or signatory, depending on where you're located in the system.
Okay, so that's a big challenge. You have a national contact point in the ministry, working in international forestry for Europe, but you can directly contact Silvia team, so you can. And this could be request needs, or could be proposing some knowledge sharing activities or relevant. And then let's see how the work program develops, because I can imagine there will be a complex, many voices, many interests to accommodate, and many priorities to agree.
Yeah. But for any ideas, I think Ignazio is also quite smart. If you write directly to us through you or through the colleagues, then we can really evaluate how we can bring these elements up. I'm always happy to listen and to learn about the need of the colleagues I'm talking to, because sometimes sometimes there are more the key elements are not really coming up. So better idea we have, but it's for us also to steer a bit the process and to support in the content development.
Yeah. Any question for Silvia? In your current discussions, can you give us a glimpse? What are the priorities you see now? Because wildfires, for example, are spectacular, but after a couple of years, like they go down until suddenly, agriculture may be similar. So what are, countries have long-term views here, or they are looking really long-term in terms of climate change, or they are very much in the response to how, what is the feeling of the level of discussions you are having now?
Well, with the core countries, the one I told you before, now we have Germany, Slovakia, Czech Republic, Luxembourg, Ireland, Sweden, Switzerland, and a bit more also on the pipeline. It's really the element on working on the prevention measure of disaster risk management. This is really now high on the table. Wildfire is extremely high. We also know that COP30 might have some touch in this direction. But what's really, so wildfires keep being very high in the agendas. You also have noticed, there is no need for me to say that, but also the biotic element, we are there to closely with the Czech colleagues to break it down, because there are some that we also need a bit to evaluate it. So so to answer it short is really, they are aware of the element that we need to work also more into resilience, to adaptation, but also prevention is getting quite high in their agenda. So we are really also now try to narrow it down for the first year, for next year. We have 5 years to go, and the vision is really then to support them in the prevention phase. Although you notice that we had the call from Ireland post event. I'm not saying they were not. We definitely work also in that field, but what we also wish really to specifically do quite training as well is also in the prevention element, which can also be done for windstorms, for example.
No, very good. Final question from my side is about. You mentioned something of a knowledge repository, or knowledge. You mentioned something of gathering knowledge or knowledge.
Yeah.
So what will be this? What is this?
Yeah.
How you plan to gather this knowledge, and what is the role of knowledge from science and from practice?
Yeah, this is also can also be a call for support here for the group here. So we are based on the needs of the countries. They ask us to develop a knowledge hub in which we can place any practical, more scientific or more policy-oriented documents and library that we have, and we scattered all around online. So this will be launched by the end of the year. Maybe I can pass it over also to you, Ignazio, so that then also this group is aware. And here we ask, we're basically going to collect based on the type of disaster, based on the region, some good practices, some recommendations, some background information. So maybe Ignazio will also keep you posted here and ask the colleagues if you perhaps have documentation that you thought, this was very useful to tackle this issue. I don't know, from the colleagues from Italy, maybe in Tuscany on XY issue there, please reach out and pass it over, because I would be very happy to then include it into our library. The more, the better, and the easier it is also for the others to learn from what you have done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Silvia. Thank you. It's a big pleasure. Any further comment or question? So as you see, the channels doors are open, channels are there, information, knowledge sharing, a request of activities or propositions, everything is open right now.
I would have thought once the FOREXT project moves forward, thematic groups, some real random work.
Silvia, that's very important. You know that we are also.
I know. I didn't hear you yet. So you need to help me out here.
Translate for you. Hello.
Yeah.
No, the thing is that we have a FOREXT project that is link in this FOREXT network. So now, after in a few months, we are creating networks, preparing the, let's say, doing the foundations of a project. But soon we will launch thematic working groups on advisory topics, and some of them are related to pests and diseases, for example, disasters. We have also other topics, and Mark was commenting that around these working groups, maybe we can also help compile knowledge or propose some linkages of activities, because we have in the meetings, we'll have country visits, and we will review state-of-the-art management of these aspects. So there's a possibility of collaborating there. Or
yeah, Ignazio, I think we are on the same page here. I mean, we are not here to overlap, but we really want to also collaborate and join work and find synergies, because I think it's going to be an added value from our group and yours. So please keep me posted, Ignazio. Let's keep talking about it. Thanks also for pointing it out about this group on pests and diseases. Yeah.
Thank you so much for staying with us. Thank you so much for your input and for waiting out because we're a bit late. And
don't worry.
Thank you so much.
Thanks to you, and good luck with the end of the meeting also for tomorrow. Yes. Thank you. Bye-bye all.
Okay, we went through all the program. You know, when you prepare a meeting, nothing looks enough. I think this time when you go for the mother-in-law, nothing is enough. No, I think we made an effort to make the opportunity of this meeting to contact with different tools, from different perspectives, different networks, the advisory area and the projects. Maybe we missed a bit of opportunity to discuss more in depth some of them. Probably the links are there and we can follow up. So we have, I think, a lot of food for thought. So before we break out and we get some practical information for the dinner that we can share together, have any feedback, input, final reflection today?
I think it's been really useful. I think it's the first time we've done something like this really with the FOREXT meetings. Yeah. It's good to focus on some topics. But also have some potential of actually what we do in the future and how we work with things. So that's really good.
Thank you for this.
So there are rare situations where you were very right. Food for thinking from now on. So yes, there are a lot of subjects. The time is very short.
Yeah.
It was nice that you brought all those tools and initiatives in front of us. And I do feel like going home and investigating some of them, at least some of them, indeed. So thank you.
Thank you so much. We had some doubts because we presented math in live. We had a lot of other presentations. We were not sure how it want to work, but we are fine. Personally, I get some thoughts for future events. Yesterday we discussed we need to accommodate more discussion. We have a small workshop here about these proposals. We can go more in depth in this, but we can have also this more less presentation like a health issue, and then share more or be able to go more in depth. So I take this for future meetings. Go back to more discussion time. But I also have this hands-on training on some tools, explore their potential, so we can select the tools that we feel are more important and really go to see how this can be applied or analyzed. And then we have also this idea of a marketplace, connecting matchmaking our community of investment with, let's say, the innovators community that are many in universities that are very important, and that we can connect them with each other and with us. So, and of course, the linkages with FOREXT is something to develop, but you can already be in touch with your national contact point that are there and see what can be, how you can interact effectively there. I think it's both ways, just proposing needs and proposing maybe actions. So your contact point can bring this to the steering committee of the FOREXT and we'll get it into the work program. And also we can go to the secretariat. Okay. So a lot of opportunities are open to us. Thank you so much for participation. This is from my side. I will start up on the dinner, I promise. And Andrea, a reminder on the dinner arrangements or
dinner is at 7, and the name.
One 8 game. Yeah.
we saw from the presentation as well.
Absolutely. Just one